A happy hour. A happy hour Friday starts now. It's the Sports Bash live, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. Live video streaming on the X platform, YouTube, at Mike Gill Show. What's up, everybody? I'm your host, Mike Gill. Josh Henning is producing today's show. And you out there, well, Phil's with the win yesterday after we got off the air. They hold off the Giants. Kind of a scary ending to that game last night. Alvarado comes in. They get the extra run. He gives up the homer. And you felt like, uh-oh, here we go. But Alvarado finishes the deal. He gets the save. Phil's split the series with the Giants. And now have a chance to kind of go on a little bit of a run here as they take on the Marlins for the first time this series, this season. Both these teams have some history, obviously. The Marlins have been a pain in your butt for a couple of years there. The Phillies seemingly have kind of figured them out a bit, but you'll face Sandy Alcantara tonight, the Cy Young Award winner from a couple of years ago, and might be back in that conversation again this year. They are 8-10. They are 7-2 this year. When they come into a situation when they out-hit their opponent. So tonight they will face Zach Wheeler. Can they get enough hits against Wheeler tonight to keep that trend going? We'll discuss today on the Sports Bash. Really good pitching matchup. Alcantara versus Wheeler at Citizens Bank Park. Listen, the Phils win that game yesterday, and we talked about it. I think it was Jeff in Ocean City who said, look, if the Phillies split that series, is that a positive? And obviously, yes. You lost the game with Taijuan Walker. You won the game with Christopher Sanchez and Jesus Luzardo. And you lost the other game with Aaron Nola. It's kind of a tale of what your pitching is right now. You've got Luzardo and Sanchez, who are really good. What is Wheeler? We'll take a look at his season kind of a little bit later on today as well. Because, Wheeler, much like Nola the other day, we were talking about Aaron Nola and whether or not you're, at some point, these guys are not going to be the guys that you remember or that we've seen constantly. At some point, these guys are going to take a step back in their careers. At some point, Zach Wheeler is not going to be in the Cy Young conversation. At some point, Aaron Nola is not going to be this consistent, steady Eddie pitcher that just goes out there, gives you 6-7 innings almost every single time. And, yes, he's frustrating. We like to call him the Nola coaster, where you're up, you're down, you're all around. But for the most part, Aaron Nola, is a pretty consistent guy. At some point, though, that consistency is going to dip off a little bit. At some point, that Wheeler, Cy Young, he might not be in that Cy Young. I think we got a couple. Zach Wheeler right now, last year, number 2 in the Cy Young, you can make an argument that he could have won that Cy Young award last year. I mean, it's not like it was a runaway. He's 34 years old, Zach Wheeler. So at 34 years old, is this Zach Wheeler still an ace? Is he still the man? Is he still a Cy Young Award candidate? So far, 1-1, 4.07 ERA. Those numbers are just okay. But as we talked about, he had the play in center field that really turned his ERA upside down. 24 innings, 28 strikeouts. So more than a strikeout per inning. His whip is still very low, 1.068. In fact, that 1.068 is as low as it's been in his time in Philadelphia. Now, last year he led the league in whip, 0.955, but that 0.68 is lower than his whip was in 2023. So that's an encouraging sign. It's just about where it was in 2022. So Wheeler still looking to me like a guy who's still in that Cy Young conversation. But we threw a couple pitchers out the other day. And, a guy like Justin Verlander, who, by the way, is pitching at 42 years old right now. But at his 34-year-old season, 35-year-old season, 36-year-old season for Verlander, Verlander won the Cy Young Award at 36. He then won it again at 39. So I think Wheeler still has some years left in him where he's pitching at a pretty high level. Let's not, get worried about Zach Wheeler quite yet. Nola, on the other hand, should we be worried about Aaron Nola? All right, I was thinking about this last night after watching him pitch the other day, and then Sanchez yesterday pitching so well. Aaron Nola is 31 years old, so obviously not an old guy. I think it's a little premature to start getting worried about Nola. All right, I just want to calm everybody down about Nola. I feel like Nola is the guy that just constantly gets no respect. He just constantly is the guy. He's 0-4 with a 6.65 ERA. Those numbers are wretched. They're really bad. What that tells me, though, he's got a lot of good starts. He's 31 years old. So when I talk about Wheeler at 34, Nola is 3 years younger than Zach Wheeler is. So if we're not concerned about Wheeler dipping off yet, I really don't think we should be all that concerned about Nola dipping off quite yet. I think once he kind of navigates through this little bump in the road, 0-4, 6.65 ERA, the whip's been terrible. That's the problem with him. 162 whip right now. Those walks, they stand out to me. 9 walks for Aaron Nola. I think Nola will retract to the mean a little bit, if you will. Last year he's 3.57 ERA, 33 starts. I mean, he goes out there every single time. He's a strikeout guy. He's a command guy. So I think Nola we should not be all that worried about. I'm definitely intrigued by the pitching matchup tonight because Alcantara's a guy that the Phillies have had a little bit of success against. I mean, in the years past, anytime he pitches, it's like, you look at him as when you play the Marlins, he's like the one guy you don't want to get matched up against because obviously he's really good. But I think the Phillies, when you take a look at this matchup tonight, you're at home. We'll take a look at the lineup when that pops out here. It should be in about an hour or so. But this is the one game. Like if you could win this game, you feel pretty good about possibly sweeping this series. But in his career against Philadelphia, you take a look at Sandy Alcantara and say, all right, we're facing this Alcantara. The Phillies have beaten him. He's 6-8 against the Phillies. ERA of 3.40. So he's not like absolutely dominating them when he has pitched against them. So the Phils should be able to, have a good game tonight with Wheeler against Alcantara. So looking forward to that. Yesterday, we got off the air before the game finished. We got off the air. The Phillies were up 5-1, and that game got a little hairy, though. Or 5-3. That's right. The guy hit the home run late in the game off of Sanchez to make it 5-3. Hit that in the 6th. So it's 5-3. We got off the air right around that time. And then after that, it's a 5-3 game. The Phillies get that very important run in the 8th inning. And that run in the 8th inning, it's another example. When you go to that 8th inning and kind of rewind and look back at that inning and see what happened, it was, again, you had the Harper walk to lead that inning off. He goes to second on a pass ball. The Miller, the kid Miller pitching, he screws one right between the legs of the a little screwball like spinner right between the legs of the catcher. These catchers with this one knee thing, it drives you nuts, right? They're on one knee. How lazy can you be? You're on one knee back there because that's a ball. If you're the pitcher, come on, you got to. I think they give him a pass ball on that. Yeah, he should get the pass ball on that because that's on the catcher. You got to block that thing. Then he walks Schwarber, and you get another wild pitch. So because the pitcher just can't command or the catcher can't block, I guess, one's a wild pitch, the other one's a pass ball. So one's on the catcher, one's on the pitcher. And Sosa hits this little sac fly to right field, shallow fly, and the throw comes in late. You get the run scores there. But that extra run on a pass ball and a wild pitch gives you that extra run. And you kind of needed it because in the 9th, you get Fitzgerald, who's been just great in the series, hits that home run and makes it 6-4. And then there's an infield single in there, and it's like, oh, my gosh, here we go. But Alvarado gets out of it, and they win the game 6-4 yesterday. But, you go back, the Phillies, after that first inning where they scored 5 runs in the game, they couldn't get any offense going again. I mean, it's just another day where they pop a bunch of runs early in the game, and then they kind of go silent the rest of the way. Those are the type of things we see so much from this team with this offense, the inconsistencies of the offense. But, I want to look at the lineup today to see what happens with Castellanos, because for those of you late in the game yesterday, right about when we got off the air, Castellanos had to leave the game. They said some sort of hip flexor, tendon, something or another. But the interesting thing was they moved Kepler from left field to right field, and then they put Sosa in the game into left field. So Sosa finished the game and left, and actually, had a couple balls hit to him out there late in that game. 609-403-0973. 609-403-0973 is how you get involved. So that's the matchup. Phillies-Giants series. It's 2-2. They win. They split that series 2-2, which is interesting. Do you watch that Giants series and think that team would beat you in a 7-game series? You watch that Giant team and say, that team's really good, they'd beat you in a 7-game series? Or you're watching an April baseball series and kind of thinking, I don't really think much about that team. You look at the power rankings right now. I'm always a fan of the power rankings. I love looking at the power rankings to see where do you think the Phillies are now after kind of an uneasy start. A little bit of warts so far, some complaints here and there, same olds. Where do we think the Phillies are in the power rankings?
Is this a power ranking of all the MLB teams?
What other power rankings would there be?
Well, it could just be NL. It could just be National League.
I couldn't find those rankings.
Okay. Well,
who does just the NL power rankings?
I don't look at power rankings, so I don't know how it works.
Yeah. Generally, the power rankings are for the entire league.
All right. I would guess the Phillies overall are 10.
10.
No. Are they too high or too low?
10 right now is Texas, who's 11-8, by the way.
Same as the Phillies.
Yep. So, better than 10.
So the Phillies are better than 10.
Mm-hmm. All right, so let's start there.
Yeah.
You had him at 10.
Yes.
So you had more doom, and you still had him in the top 10.
I did.
So for all the people like, oh, my God, this team stinks, they're not a contender, blah, 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 they're not 10. And even then, they'd be a top 10 team, and 7 teams make the playoffs.
Right.
7. They're better than 10.
I would say, how about 8?
8 is the Arizona Diamondbacks, coming in at 11-7. So this is like Wheel of Fortune. I mean, let's make a deal. Do you want to guess 9 or better?
I am going to guess. I'm going to guess 9.
9. The Detroit Tigers.
Really?
Who come in at 10-8. So 10 Texas, 9 Detroit, 8 Arizona.
See, Detroit is actually higher than I thought, so that kind of throws me off a little bit. I would have had Detroit outside the top 10.
Right outside the top 10 currently is Cleveland.
See, I would put Cleveland in the top 10. See,
Tampa,
I'm all off on this.
Toronto, Boston, Seattle, Kansas City. These are the back-end teams.
Right.
All right, so at number 10 is Texas. At number 9 is Detroit. Number 8 is Arizona.
All right, so based on this, I feel like they're pretty high on the Phillies here. So I'm going to go 6.
7 is New York, the Yankees. 6, the Chicago Cubs.
Oh, my goodness. It's a little high for the Cubs.
So your teams that are left in the basket of top 5, Phillies fans, in no particular order, the Dodgers, the Padres, the Mets, the Phillies, and the Giants. They are the 5 teams right
So
now.
the top 5 teams, according to these power rankings in baseball, are all in the National League.
All 5 National League teams, which makes this an interesting conversation. That's why I brought up the power rankings. Because essentially, the Padres, they're number 1. The Dodgers, they're number 2.
Right.
The Mets, they're number 3. The Giants, they're number 4. The Phillies, they're number 5. The Cubs are number 6. Arizona is number 8. That's 7 teams in the top 10, all coming from the National League.
And the Phillies split a series with the Giants. They beat the Dodgers. They're a game behind the Mets.
Right. And that's what I wanted to bring up, is 7 teams in the National League are in the top 10, and you've already played 2 of them. You beat 1 2 out of 3, and the other one you split with. So are the Phillies as gloom and doom, or as bad, or as not very good, or not contenderish as some people have made them out to be by Friday, April 18th?
No, they're not, because of the fact that they are basically in the middle of the hunt. It's just the problem is that for the Phillies fan who goes day to day with the team, they are frustrated with whoever you want to insert from day to day. Fill in the blank player is today's frustrated guy. And the issues, like you had the list of 6-7 issues with the team yesterday, Mike, here on the Sports Bash. You had the whole list.
Yeah, and my list was more general than, like, I had the rent a bullpen arm.
Right.
Like, that's just the makeup of the bullpen in general. Like I told you before the show, Jeff Hoffman and Carlos Estevez have combined for 9 saves, and both of their ERAs are in the 1s right now.
Right.
So those 2 guys have been excellent to start the season. Now, they also were terrible in the playoffs last year.
Right.
So that's another interesting one. Well, why would you let these guys go? They're really good right now, and your bullpen stinks. They're also the 2 guys that let you down last year.
Right. They failed you in the postseason last year, and it goes back to the whole point of, you said, Mike, is it we're in April, or is it this is who you are?
Well,
in
it's
the
funny you
postseason?
say that, because I just got this text message, and you can hit us up on the text board, 609-403-0973, 609-403-0973. It says, guys, I'll say it again. I don't remember you saying this once, but appreciate it, man. I'll say it again. Weather plays a big part in the early portion of the season for the Phillies and any other team in the Northeast. Well, I would have liked him to leave his name on that because I agree with you, sir. I'll say it again for this gentleman. The weather early in the season, certainly, but keep in mind, the Dodgers and the Giants had to come here, and they are not all that thrilled about playing on the East Coast, I would imagine, early in the season, too. So that factors in a little bit that maybe, you caught them at a good space, a good place at a good time. But you're right. I mean, that guy's right. The weather in the Northeast, I think, is a contributing factor to a guy like Aaron Nola, the pitchers, the hitters, balls not carrying nearly as much, all that stuff. Yes, playing baseball at this type of weather is not conducive. He's right about that.
But it doesn't change the reality that some of the issues with the Phillies have nothing to do with the weather. It has to do with roster construction. It has to do with, concerns about, hey, this team won 95 games last year, but they fizzled in the postseason. Like, the issues with this team, you can't just dismiss them all away based on weather or time of year.
The big picture element of what we've seen through the first about 20 games right now, right? The Phillies are 19 games in.
19
Tonight's
games.
the 20th
Tonight's
game
20.
of the season. I think the big picture element is it's a good team, very good team with flaws in a very good National League right now. The National League is better than the American League. You have 3 teams from the National League West right now, all in the wild card. All 4 teams from the National League West, except for Colorado, are in the playoffs.
And by the way, all 4 teams in the National League West, 4 of those 5 teams all have the same or more wins than the Phillies right now.
14 for the Dodgers, 13 for the Giants, 12 for the Diamondbacks, and then 15 for San Diego. 609-403-0973. Justin from Galloway says, I'll say it again, too. The Phillies will be fine. They are human. Good days and bad days. Hopefully they have more good ones. The bats will pick up. Pitching will tighten up. You guys are the best. Justin, I'll say it again. Thank you for texting, buddy. Appreciate it. Love to hear from you guys. Love to get the text board lit up on a Friday edition. You know, it's really cold in here. I am freezing. Somebody says to me, hey, I watch you on the YouTube. You always have a vest on. I said, yeah, because I'm freezing in this studio. Like, it's what does the temperature say?
It's 70.
That shouldn't be that bad. I'm wondering.
You know what the problem is, for those who don't know? So our air system is kind of whacked in this building. So, like, anytime anyone changes the temperature one with the other for, like, the other parts of the building, it, like, extremely
There's nobody
affects
else
this
here.
room. There's 3 other people here.
I mean, I'm freezing. I don't know if I'm, like, getting sick, like, as we're having this discussion. Like, am I getting sick in the moment? I never get sick. Like, ever, ever, ever do I get sick. I just feel really, all of a sudden I had this weird feeling coming over me, and I got really cold.
Well,
and
the
just
AC
like,
started just cranking. I can see the little tape flipping
Jeez.
over my head here.
Yeah, somebody said, hey, I watched the YouTube stream. You always have a vest on. I said, because I'm freezing. That's why I'm cold in
I'm
here.
wearing my hoodie right
I'm
now.
cold, man. I am cold. All right, Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. The 97. I got my Phillies. You see my Phillies spring training?
Ah, there you go.
Got the little P
Yeah.
with the palm tree
Palm
on
tree.
it. Like that? On the YouTube? You guys watch it on YouTube. Like the little Phils? Hit me up in the comments section. I got too cold. I got to zip her back up. Sports Bash 97.3 ESPN. If you're watching the show on the X platform and on YouTube, at Mike Gill Show. Does the weather affect the Sports Bash and Mike, too? That's a good question. Right now, yes, I'm cold. It's making me lose my train of thought. Kevin Durso in the 3 o'clock hour. You know, the Flyers ended their season last night, and it was a must-have loss, and they captured that loss. Why that loss matters. About 3:30 today in the 3 o'clock hour on the Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN. For everybody out there, I'll say it again, ... Text in what you'll say again. I like these people now. Cole from LBI. I'll say it again. Big series coming up. Let's go Mets. No, let's not. Actually, I kind of want the Mets to hang around. I want to have a fun back and forth summer. I don't want this thing where it's like an 18-game lead. I want to have big September matchups. Phillies, Mets. Let's get that going. Chris in Northfield, by the way, says, I'll say it again. Weather plays a big part of the early portion of the season. All right, we're getting it cranked up here on the Sports Bash. Today is your final day to enter for a spot in this year's draft party. Your first chance is right now. 609-573-3776. 609-573-3776. I'm looking for caller number 7. You are entered for this year's Eagles draft party, where every qualifier has a shot to win a pair of Eagles club box tickets for a game at Lincoln Financial Field and other great prizes thanks to Ocean Casino Resort. You must be present to win on Thursday at our Eagles draft party at the Gallery Bar Book and Games at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City. Here's the number. Caller 7, 609-573-3776. Today is your last chance to enter for this year's Eagles draft party. Caller 7, good luck. Mike McGarry joins me next. 2:30 Sports Bash Happy Hour Friday. What's up, everybody? I'm Mike Gill, Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City on the way to Citizens Bank Park. Should be interesting to see what the Phillies do with the lineup. And if Nick Castellanos is in that lineup tonight, that would probably break his consecutive game streak at whatever that's at. He didn't miss a game last year. Hasn't missed a game this year. If he doesn't play tonight, we'll see what the Phillies, if they play Sosa in left and move Kepler back over to right. That's how they finished the game last night. But, you know, Mike, we talk so much about the highs and lows of a season. They split this series with the Giants. We were looking at the power rankings. 7 of the top 10 teams right now in the MLB power rankings are in the National League. The Phillies are number 5. Is it as gloom and doom as many people make it out to be with this team?
No, I like this team, Mike. Again, I like the personnel. I think they're a good club, but I think, there's no getting around it. Maybe the National League is a little bit tougher than we thought we were going to be. These Giants are pesky. I was impressed with their situational hitting throughout the 4-game series. The Padres are better off than we thought. The Cubs are pretty good. You still have the Brewers hanging around. Of course, there's the Dodgers. The Mets are off to a good start. So, yeah, I like the Phillies, but I think the National League, unlike the American League, which I think is down, the National League's got a lot of good teams. I was counted up last night. I think you got about 9 teams, maybe 10 teams in the National League that are fighting for those 6 spots.
Yeah, right now you got 4 teams out west. The Phillies have played 2 of them. They split with the Giants. They beat the Dodgers. And, you talk about whether or not this team is a World Series contender or just a playoff team. For me, I look at what's your ceiling. When you play your very best, now it doesn't mean you're going to play your very best at the right time, but when you play your very best, this team, are they a World Series contender for you or just a playoff team?
To me, right now, they're just a playoff team. Again, we've talked before. I think they're missing an arm in the bullpen. I think they're missing a right-handed power bat, and they have to get this center field, left field situation straightened out. It has to be straightened out. So I think they're a playoff team that kind of loses in the division series or the NLCS right now. I don't think they're a team capable of winning the World Series as they are presently constituted, but that can change over the course of the season.
Mike McGarry's on his way to Citizens Bank Park. You're going to see Zach Wheeler tonight. So Aaron Nola the other night. I want to talk about those two because I'm going to get your opinion. You got a chance to see them up close in live action. I said before the season, at some point these guys, Wheeler's not going to be a Cy Young candidate and Nola's not going to be as consistent, take the ball every time. Do you see any evidence that these guys are slipping or taking a step back?
Well, I think they're both off to slow starts, right? Especially Nola. And Nola specifically, I am a little concerned. There's a lot of innings over the years. They fired a lot of bullets out of those arms, and eventually it's going to take a toll. So I'm a little bit concerned with Nola. I don't doubt he can get it straightened out. But also, Mike, with the Nola case, he might not be as important to the team as he was last year, the year before that. With the emergence of Sanchez and Luzardo, you can make a case that Nola's like the number 4 guy on your pitching staff. And if Aaron Nola is the number 4 guy on your pitching staff, you've got a pretty good pitching staff.
You're right about that. If you could push him down in importance. My question, I guess, to follow up on that, Mike, would be, do you think come playoff time the Phillies would have the gall and the audacity to not pitch Nola as a starter and potentially use him as their Zach Eflin?
Yeah, I don't think so. I don't think his arm or his, he sort of fits that role. But you could see him push down. You could see him starting a Game 3 or a Game 4. You're going to need 4 starters in the playoffs. He might just be number 4. I think his next start is Monday night in New York against the Mets. I think it's an interesting start. I have no doubt he's off to a slow start. He can pull out of it. But in the back of your mind, you're like, geez, this guy's thrown a lot of innings over the years. Is it eventually going to catch up with him?
Yeah, that would be interesting. Like, as I just was coming up with that question for you in my head, thinking, could Nola be the guy? And you're saying, well, he doesn't project well in the bullpen. He is a guy who strikes out a lot of guys without that big fastball. I mean, he's not a 98 guy, but your point about how many innings and he takes the ball every time. He's 31 years old. You wonder when he wears down a little bit. As for Wheeler, I was saying, he's 34 years old. And I'm kind of looking at like a guy like Verlander and Scherzer, these guys who are like in their late 30s and almost now Verlander in his 40s. It's just now that they're not the same. Verlander won a Cy Young at 39 years old. He won one at 36 years old. So do you look at Wheeler and say, no, this guy still has some high-level seasons in him?
Yeah, I think Wheeler still has some high-level seasons in him, Mike. He's off to a slow start. Part of that is Johan Rojas and Edmundo Sosa's fault for dropping that fly ball in Atlanta. If they don't drop that fly ball in Atlanta, I think Wheeler's stats look a little different. Great pitching matchup at the bank tonight, Wheeler against Alcantara of Miami. But again, in the back, I can't help but admit, Mike, and I think it's in the back of all our minds, boy, these guys have thrown an awful lot of pitches over the years. They've got a lot of bullets out of that arm. Is it going to catch up with them? I'm more concerned about that with Nola than Wheeler, but it's in the back of my mind with both of them. They've pitched a lot of innings over the years, and your arm, doesn't last forever.
It doesn't. You're right about that. And I want to get your thoughts on the guy you saw yesterday. You wrote a story about Christopher Sanchez. He dazzled yesterday. He kind of has come out of nowhere. And the reason he has come out of nowhere, I mean, last year he makes the All-Star game. That was a huge surprise. Now, I guess expectations are higher. He strikes out a career-high 12 guys yesterday. But what has made him that pitcher now that's on another level?
Well, I think it's a couple things. First of all, when he first got to Philadelphia from Tampa, he was a guy that could throw the ball 96, 97 miles an hour. But he might be like Nuke LaRouche from Bull Durham. He might have hit the mascot with the ball. He had no idea where it was going. He has been able to command that fastball that hit 97, 98 yesterday, and you mixed in with that changeup that looks exactly like the fastball coming out of his hand, and that difference in speeds, 98 down to 87, that just keeps hitters off balance. And I wrote for PrestonValancey.com yesterday, I really think that changeup could be one of the best pitches in all of baseball. It was yesterday. I don't know if I've ever seen a game, Mike, where a guy threw 50 changeups in a game. The Giants swung at 29 of them. They missed at 22 of those 29 changeups they swung at. Just a dominating performance by Sanchez. And again, you talk about now if you're going to rank the Phillies rotation, he's got to be your solid number 2 guy, and maybe Luzardo's number 3. So maybe a little bit of a changing of the guard here when it comes to the starting rotation. And that's what good teams need to do to sort of maintain their success.
Mike, give me your scenarios for Suarez's return when he comes back. What happens, and then maybe even further down the line, because when he's ready to come back, what happens, and then the Painter thing looming. What are your Suarez options in your head?
Yeah, I think Suarez comes back and he's the starting pitcher, and Taijuan Walker goes to the bullpen, basically. I think Suarez is going to be given every opportunity to start, and then we'll go from there. I think a lot of fans kind of say, hey, Suarez, we could put him in the bullpen, we could do this, we could do that. But here are the facts about this. Suarez is in the final year of his contract. He wants to have an outstanding season. Scott Boras is his agent. Starting pitchers get paid money. If Suarez comes back and has a great season and pitches great from like May 15th to the end of September, he's going to make himself an awful lot of money. And he can do that as a starting pitcher, not as a reliever. So he's going to be a starting pitcher when he comes back. I'd be interesting to see what they do with Andrew Painter. What's the health of the pitching staff when they come back? Do they start him and just throw him 2 innings? Do they bring him in behind a guy and have him pitch the 6th and 7th inning? I don't think they're going to throw him out there in high leverage situations like the 8th inning or the 9th inning, but who knows? It'll be interesting to see exactly what they do with Painter when he starts out. Do they maybe throw him 2-3 innings and then piggyback someone behind him? That would be my guess when he comes back, is that he would come back, he would start the game, he'd throw 2-3 innings, and then they'd bring in somebody behind him to sort of get through 4, 5, and 6.
Mike, this question might be a little out of the box, but Justin Crawford, everybody's saying bring him up, bring him up. You know, you got to do something in center field, which I think is obvious. The center field black hole is a problem. But are you quick to bring up Crawford, or are you more interested in a, Austin Hayes type of platoon player to have him be the other platoon player? Or have you tried that, didn't work? So are you Justin Crawford? Are you platoon guy? Or are you waiting to the deadline to find and see if that big name is available?
Well, I feel strongly both ways. Look, this center field situation has to get straightened out. And, Brandon Marsh obviously tweaked the knee. He should be fine. It should be a situation where they're able to treat him, and he's not going to have to go on the injured list. But if he did go on the injured list, the prevailing feeling around the Phillies is that Crawford is not ready yet to come up, that they would still like him to get some more minor league at-bats at AAA. Now, me, I understand that logic, but I think if this center field situation hasn't straightened itself out, and I think Rob Thompson said something the other day interesting. He said you got to go about 100, 150 at-bats to sort of see, before you kind of make a drastic move. And I agree with that. So that puts you right around Memorial Day, right? Memorial Day, summer's starting. We take a look. We look at the baseball standings. We've got a good sample size on how the teams have done, and we kind of assess where they are and what we think they're going to do the rest of the season. If the center fielders are still struggling by Memorial Day, I would call Crawford up at that point and give him a chance. You see other teams do it. Other teams bring up 21-year-old guys, 22-year-old guys. It gives you a lot of energy. That's what I would do. And I would also, and I'm sure they're doing this, I would have my eye on every right-handed power-hitting outfielder out there to see if a deal could be made. Because, again, Mike, I'm going to the mattresses for this season. I think this is the last sort of go round for a lot of people in this core group, and I'm going to do whatever I can if I'm Dave Dombrowski to put this team over the top.
Yeah, there's so many interesting little storylines within the stories here. I look at last year and them going after Austin Hayes and saying, okay, they tried that platoon thing with an average player, that didn't work. You got Crawford kind of looming. Do they think he's the guy, or do they wait this out? That's going to be a storyline here. Is Bryson Stott the leadoff man long-term as a left-handed against right-handed pitching, I would guess? That's going to be something to see here. Nick Castellanos, last one for you, Mike, because yesterday he left the game. Was there any indication or thoughts that Castellanos might miss some time here?
Not really. After the game, Rob Thompson said he would be good. We checked in quickly with Nick in the locker room. He said he was good. He's the guy who started, I think it's 189 straight games in a row. That's not Lou Gehrig or Cal Ripken, but that's extremely rare for today. He indicated that he should be ready to go. So I guess the lineup would be out at any moment now. I would expect to see Nick Castellanos in there. And just to touch quickly, Mike, on what you said before, you could still bring Crawford up and play center field and still get that right-handed bat in there and maybe do a little platoon with Kepler and left. I think that makes the team a lot better, too. So it's not only center field you got to get straightened out. You got to get left field straightened out also. And I just think the right-handed bat is imperative, regardless of whether you bring Crawford up or not. They need a right-handed bat to play sometime in the outfield or to come off the bench in a big spot, a guy who can maybe change the game with one swing against a lefty reliever late in the game.
I agree with that, and I will say this, you got Marsh out too. You wonder if this is a precursor for a way to kind of send him down for rehab or if this is just a day or two thing. I think that's going to be another interesting, but you might be down two outfielders at least for the night or two if Castellanos can't play tonight, and it seems that Marsh is going to miss a day or two, but you wonder if he lands on the injured list as their way to kind of say, all right, he needs to go, he got this knee problem, and then we'll send him down.
Yeah, look, regardless of what happens, the center field situation and the left field spot to a lesser degree, but still just as important, That has to be solved. This team cannot go through the season with the way Brandon Marsh and Johan Rojas and Max Kepler, although Kepler has played better lately and he's hit the ball hard, so there's signs of life there, and that's a positive. But they need more out of those three guys. If those three guys aren't ready to do it, then they got to get some people in here who can do it.
Mike McGarry, everybody, Press of Atlantic City, pressofac.com, and, of course, heading to the Phillies for Citizens Bank Park's version of the Phillies and the Marlins. It's Alcantara. It is Wheeler. Great pitching matchup. Mike will be there covering that. And, of course, by the way, Andrew Painter throws tonight as well. He will make one of his rehab starts, or he will be out in Clearwater. They're pitching him like once a week, and tonight is that night. So you can check those games out for free on the Clearwater Threshers website. You can watch that as well. All right, Mike, we will recap the weekend on Monday. Thanks, buddy.
See you down the road, Mike. We got some warm weather, so maybe spring is finally here. We'll see you later.
All right, buddy. There's Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City, pressofac.com, on the Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. Live video streaming on the X platform, YouTube, at Mike Gill Show. Be a part of the show that way. Subscribe to the YouTube channel. You get an alert when we go live on the X platform, at Mike Gill Show. You can comment on the YouTube channel. You can comment on the X platform. You can text 609-403-0973. I like this. A lot of people got in on this. I'll say it again. What is your I'll say it again moment for the Phillies? Jeff in Ocean City. I'll say it again. Phils versus L.A., NLCS. Phils get a nice split with San Francisco, and now they might sweep Miami, heavy favorites to win 2 out of 3. 609-403-0973. Paul from Millville. I'll say it again. Suarez should be taken over for Nola, and Painter should be brought up for Walker. It's time to move away from Nola once and for all. Paul, I can't agree with that one, but I do think Painter will be brought up at some point. You'll get your wish there. I'll say it again. Painter will have a big factor this season. Phil and Brigantine, I'll say it again. Who the heck is Chas McCormick? A lot of people were saying that. Phil. Alex in the Villas, would you accept trading Crawford for Sandy Alcantara? No, I would not. That's one move I'm not making. I'm not trading a hitter for a pitcher. I have enough pitching. I don't need any more pitching. It's not a bad deal, but if I'm using Crawford, it's to get a right-handed version of Crawford, someone that can hit right-handed. More Sports Bash coming up. All right, coming up next hour, we're going to dive into a little bit on the Flyers season. Is Brad Shaw going to be back as the head coach? He's actually speaking to the media right now, and we'll check in with Kevin Durso from 97.3 ESPN.com. He'll join us coming up in about 25, 30 minutes from now. So we'll kind of do a recap on the Flyers season. The three biggest questions on the Flyers offseason. Kevin Durso joins me at around 3:20 today on the Sports Bash. And also, another chance for you to qualify. This is the final day for qualifiers for our draft show. Justin in Galloway was our qualifier in the 2 o'clock hour. Who will be next? Find out in about 20 minutes from now with your cue to call. 3 o'clock, Sports Bash, 97.3 ESPN. Happy Hour Friday, everybody. What are you having on this weekend? We got a lot going on. Looking forward to the weekend. Trying some new things. Little Phil's baseball on the porch. Weekend weather supposed to be a little bit better, it looks like. Warming up. Phil's and Marlins tonight. I don't see the lineup yet. Sandy Alcantara goes for the Marlins. It's Zach Wheeler for the Phillies. A happy hour Friday. Oh, there's the lineup right there. Stott, Turner, Harper, Schwarber, Castellanos is back in the lineup tonight. Kepler, Realmuto, Bohm, Rojas. So not a lot of tweaks. You got Stott leading off again with that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then Kepler in the 6th spot, Realmuto in the 7, Bohm stays 8, Rojas is 9th for Wheeler. So there you go. There's your Phillies lineup tonight here on the Sports Bash. And this hour is brought to you by Broadleaf's Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning, your trusted source for heating, plumbing, service, and installation. Call 609-390-3907 online, broadleafs.net. So not a lot of craziness. Castellanos is back. He left the game early yesterday, but he is back in the lineup tonight. Kepler over in left field. No Marsh again. Bohm staying in the 8 hole there. He had a triple, right, yesterday in that game. I think early in that game ended up with a triple. And I think this is the lineup that you're starting to get used to seeing now with Stott at the top of the lineup. I got to be honest, I'm a little surprised with this Stott thing. Number one, that they even made the move to go to Stott here. I mean, they didn't really have – when you had to move Schwarber behind Harper, you had two options here. You had moved Turner to the leadoff spot, but then your other puzzle piece that was missing was who hits number 2. And the way that Bohm had started the season didn't allow you to put Bohm into that 2 hole. Because to me, I think that would have been the move, is going Turner, Bohm, Harper, Schwarber. But because Bohm has gotten off to such a wretched start, they couldn't put Bohm in the 2 hole because they were in the middle of dropping him to the 8 hole. So it's like, hey, are you going to go from 4 to 2 or 4 to 8 first on your way back to 2? And I think if Stott would have struggled initially, and, you know, he's had mixed reviews for me as the leadoff guy. I mean, look, Stott to me has good at bats. He fouls pitches off. He'll take pitches. He sees pitches. Still not impactful enough in the leadoff spot for my liking. You know, he doesn't do much for me as the leadoff guy, but I'm not going to sit here and say he's been terrible. He just isn't all that excitable as the leadoff guy here. But what I would say when it comes to Stott right now is he's the best option based on what else is going on. The rest of this team right now, you don't have another, you're not going to hit Kepler lead off. Castellanos, obviously, not going to hit lead off. Realmuto's not going to hit lead off. You're not going to hit Rojas lead off. So your leadoff options were Stott, Turner, and Schwarber. And for right now, you can't hit Stott 2. Now, would you take the chance of hitting Stott 2 against right-handed pitching? Here's the only problem with that. I don't want to say problem because you theoretically, it just how would you feel about it's late in the game. Let's say it's the 7th inning. Okay? Here's my scenario for you. If you hit Stott 2, now you have 3 lefties in a row against a right-handed pitcher, I'm saying, a right-handed starter. Now the game is moved on. You're into the 7th inning. Turner, Harper, Schwarber are due up. The team goes to a left-hander. Do you pinch hit Sosa for Stott? And now Sosa is in the 2 hole. Are we okay with that? Or do you just leave Stott as the leadoff man?
I leave Stott as the leadoff because I have always said that I don't mind Harper and Schwarber being back-to-back only because I know they're good enough hitters that they can handle.
They can.
If a left-hander comes in from the bullpen, I just don't want any other left-handers in this lineup in that predicament because now if you bring Sosa into the 7th or the 8th inning for Stott, how does that limit your ability to pinch hit and do other things as the game progresses? If you have a lefty come in the 7th inning, well, what if there's another lefty who comes in the 8th or 9th inning, and you need to bring somebody else out of the lineup, like Kepler or Marsh?
Well, yes, and I mean, you should have Wilson here. That would be another right-handed bat in the next,
True.
You would think 2 weeks, I would imagine. So let's say Kepler or Marsh now come to the plate in that same situation. Wilson would go to would be the guy you're calling on.
Mm-hmm.
Theoretically,
right.
By the way, Austin Hayes homered last night in his debut.
For the Reds.
Just throwing that out there.
Yeah.
I think it was last night or the night before. His first game back from the
I think it was his second game was last night.
Yeah. His first game that he came back, he hit a homer.
Yeah, 2 nights ago.
Yeah. Just side conversation there. But Wilson will be the right-handed guy, at least in the short term until they figure out something else. But to answer your question, that scenario, Wilson could then hit for, say, Kepler and or Marsh.
Okay. And then at that point...
So now you're burned out 2 righties.
Right, you burned out 2 righties, and so now if you went to extra innings, for example, how does that impact? I know you can't always think that way.
Well, it would been back big time because you have nobody else.
Right. So my question is that a good strategy to put yourself in that position?
Not necessarily, but I guess what's the difference? Let's say the same scenario happens. You're in the 7th, and the top of the order comes up. You're still getting the lefty.
Right.
Because the lefty's going to face Stott. They figure he'll face Stott, Turner, and then Harper and Schwarber. So you're still getting the same situation. The only difference is now Turner would get to face the lefty and split up a little bit there.
But you would like that because Turner has done well at times against left-handed pitching.
Yeah, obviously, yes. The benefit is having them split. Turner gets the chance to face the lefty. But the other question is, would you rather Turner just hit leadoff all the time and have Stott hit 2?
Is Stott a good enough player to be behind Turner that you feel comfortable with that?
Well, I mean, if you're going to hit him leadoff, I mean.
Right, but with leadoff, he is protected by Turner.
The one thing I don't like about these are semantically, baseball-ism things in your mind. I don't know if everybody thinks this way, but like the number 2 hole hitter, if he's left-handed, if there's a guy on first, the first baseman's holding the runner on, which opens up the right side for that guy. So that's a benefit. The negative is if you want the right side open, then you're less inclined to have the leadoff man steal the base.
Yes.
Because if he steals the base, now that right side is no longer as wide open as it is when you have the first baseman holding the runner on. So there's that little cat and mouse game of, do I want to steal the guy or do I want to keep the right side open for the left-handed hitter? Those are some things that kind of go through your mind in a baseball sense. It's like, when there's 2 outs and you have a runner on second, right? And theoretically, you don't want to steal to third base in that moment.
Sure.
But you do want to have the runner on third base because obviously having the runner on third, if there's a pass ball or something, gives you the better opportunity to score.
Correct.
But the mindset is always if you're on second with 2 outs and you're running as soon as the ball is contacted, you're going to score no matter where that ball is hit if it's a base hit. So you don't need to take the risk to steal third base because you're going to score on a base hit no matter what. Because if you're off on the crack of the bat, you're running at full speed. By the time you hit third base, you're coming around and you're scoring. So the percentage chance to they get thrown out at third base might still be, whatever it is. I don't know. It's not worth taking that risk. So there are all these little things but it has to do with who's up to bat because the Phillies have 3 lefties in their top 4. Theoretically, you would have that right side open for all these guys. if you're constantly having a runner on first base, those guys would get the chance to hit with a wide open side on the right.
You don't constantly have a man on base because of the inconsistencies of this lineups. Their tendency to be boom or bust. So you can't always depend on that runner there.
But my point is it should help those guys be better hitters. That if they're constantly getting the opportunity with now, if you have you're right. The Bryson Stott needs to get on base more. Trey Turner needs to be on base, but that should open things up for Harper and Schwarber to have even more space to be able to hit the ball if they're going to the right side. Now, to me, Bryson Stott at the leadoff spot is just meh. But it's not like Turner's done much more there. Like you're waiting for Turner to be something that I don't know that he is anymore. And I don't know if that's not good because you have him for 11 more years?
I think it's 8 more years.
Oh, they signed him for 11 years.
Signed him for 11
years. Why did I think it was 13 years?
Because Harper signed for 13 years.
Is that what it was? Okay. Trey Turner.
I think he's got 8 more years left on the deal. I'll pull it up.
I don't know what to think of Turner, man. This is a guy who's perplexing right now. When you get Trey Turner from the Dodgers, this is a guy who, with the Dodgers, comes over here. The year he comes over, he hit .298 with a .343 on-base percentage, 21 homers, 100 RBI. I haven't seen anything close to that guy since he's been here. Now, last year, in 2023, actually, hit 26 homers, which is more than he's had at any other stop except for 2021 when he got traded to the Dodgers. He hit 28 home runs that year. But the on-base percentage is the problem. His on-base in Philadelphia, 320, 338. Right now, it's 311. And he's hitting .227 with a .311 on base. Like, when Trey Turner comes up, there's no part of me that feels like success is coming. And that is infuriating. That is infuriating. So to suggest to put him into the leadoff spot, there's not a huge argument for him right now.
No, there's not. And I think that the only reason why you're hitting him where you are at this point is because of his contract. By the way, he does have 8 years left on the deal, so he's signed through his age 40 season.
When I look at his on base, though, you go back to before he got to Philly. 343, 385,
he was an on-base machine
369,
with the Nationals.
375, 394. I mean, he was just an on-base animal. He was constantly on base. So you're thinking, I'm getting this guy at the top of my lineup who's on base anywhere between 38 and 36% of the time with the guys I have hitting behind him. This was like a match made in heaven, it felt like, right? It felt like this was a match made in heaven. On-base mavens with Bryce Harper getting to hit behind him. And, man, is it infuriating that it has not worked out to what you hoped. To which now you should see, you should feel anyway, that Turner would be your best option as leadoff. And instead, Bryson Stott is in the conversation.
Right.
That's how, right now, Trey Turner's hitting 227 with a 311 on-base percentage. 227 with a 311 on-base percentage.
That's unacceptable.
So it's hard for me to make an argument that I'd rather see him hit leadoff and have Bryson Stott. And that's the thing. To have the three lefties back to back to back, it just doesn't make sense because Bryson Stott is hitting 256 with a 316 on base. His on base is not, it's 0.5 higher than
0.05.
Yeah, 0.05. Exactly. Sorry. Neither one of them are getting on base enough to justify their spots in the order.
No, they're not. And I think that that's why, again, it goes back to the roster construction is really, has been and will continue to be the problem with this team.
The roster construction goes back again to what I brought up the other day, is that originally Nick Castellanos, his money would suggest he was signed to hit in the 4-hole. Kyle Schwarber, he was hitting in the leadoff spot.
Right.
And then when you brought Turner in, you would have Schwarber, Turner, Harper, Castellanos. But we all know Castellanos. He, to me, is the first domino of the roster problems because he has not lived up to his deal, it has pushed everybody back one. So now you're trying to replace what you were hoping to get from a player like Castellanos, and because you have to replace him with a player like Schwarber, you're now, and this goes back to the everlasting hamster wheel of we're one player short in the top 4 because Castellanos isn't hitting where he's basically paid to hit. I mean, really by paycheck, this lineup should be, Schwarber, Turner, Harper, Castellanos, Real Muto. Those 6 should be hitting at the top the way they're paid. Now, just because you're paid that doesn't mean but that is the way this lineup really should go. But Real Muto started to decline. Castellanos has not come up big in the big moments in that spot, so they've moved him to a lesser important spot. And now, you have to move Schwarber because Bohm, who is a guy who doesn't get paid a lot of money, he had been kind of overproducing in his salary slot, and now he has dipped, so you had to move him out. So you were kind of robbing Peter to pay Paul for a year or two here, and now that's catching up to you.
Right, it's catching up to you, and now you're in a unique, for lack of a better term, situation where you don't have a lot of options of how to build out the roster in a way that best utilizes everyone, because you have guys who are basically being asked to do jobs or be in places in the lineup that is not necessarily their strength.
40 kids watching on YouTube. He says, hey, Mike, do you think Kepler is going to start hitting or be a bust like Hayes? TGIF, go Phils. Well, Hayes was a bust because he was hurt. He had the
kidney issue.
But he got hurt, and then he got the kidney
issue.
issue.
He got that dinged-up injury, but then he had the kidney infection.
I forget what the injury was. He had some sort of knee problem or a back issue. I forget, but he came back and then had this weird illness. The
kidney infection.
Kidney infection, that's what it was. And so 40 kid, that's what – listen, I'm not going to sit here and tell you I was a big fan of the Hayes deal. I wasn't all that excited by it. I was like, okay, they got a right-handed bat. They need it. My contention with Hayes the whole time was they didn't need a 9-hole hitter. And that goes back to the conversation with – I don't want to go back down the Chas McCormick route, but they don't need a 9-hitter. They need a 4 guy.
But it was initially a hamstring. He pulled his hamstring. He left the game. He came back a few days later, but then he suddenly had that kidney infection.
From that Nationals World Series team, Turner isn't panning out for the Phillies, and Rendon might be the worst contract in baseball for the Nats, and they were some of the best hitters all along. Yeah, both of those guys. I think what he's saying is that Nationals team had Turner and Rendon on it, and they have both since they left Washington. The odd part is, though, Phil, is Kevin Long was the hitting coach there, and he's here in Philly, so I can't speak for Rendon, but that was one of the things about Turner and Schwarber and Harper had all been in Washington with Kevin Long.
Yeah. And by the way, if you go back and look at that team, there are a lot of guys from that team who pretty much were just cooked after that season. So, half that bullpen was basically almost retired at that point after that year. So, Strasburg, he retired. So, yeah, maybe there is something to the fact that the 2019 Nationals, now we look back on it a few years later and we're like, wow, that team was basically a one-hit wonder, a bunch of guys.
Yeah.
Or they all peaked at that point.
Yeah, that team was kind of a weird thing that
They
about all the players they
started out
had.
so horribly that season, remember? They started out horrible. They were one of the worst teams in baseball in April, and then they got on that hot streak from basically Memorial Day to the end of the season.
Yeah, they were not a very good team, and then they flipped the switch, turned it on. But look at that roster. Soto, Rendon, Turner, Schwarber.
I think Soto's the only guy who's still playing good from that team.
Schwarber on that team?
No. He was not on the team that year.
Where he was in Boston at that time?
Let me pull it up. I know that Schwarber missed both Boston and Washington's World Series championships by a year.
Yeah, he got to Chicago in 16, but 609 609-403-0973. 609-403-0973. Give me a break. Hayes was a bust. He stinks.
Washington and Boston in 2021. So he started the year in Washington. They got traded to Boston. Yeah,
so he was on that team originally, and they won the World Series after they traded him?
No, 2021.
Gotcha. Yeah, Hayes was a bust because he got hurt, but I have no expectations for him, as I said. I didn't like that deal.
You can't call a guy a bust when he was never going to be anything.
Well,
anyway.
And when you're a know-it-all, you're projecting what you think is right. Austin Hayes had been an all-star. I was not excited by the fact that they added him, so I would agree. The injury. I'm just saying the question that was posed was, do you think he'll be a bust like Hayes? I'm just saying I don't think it's fair to call the guy a bust when you're hurt. That's all. Was I excited about the deal? No, I don't think adding a right-handed 9-hole hitter was what this team needed. So I would agree. I didn't have high expectations, but I'm also being fair to say, you don't call a guy a bust when he was hurt. He had a kidney infection and a hamstring problem. He didn't play, so he didn't produce based on him being a bust. He didn't produce because he was injured. Now, you want to say, give me a break? Well, that's because you're whatever. You're a know-it-all. You know more than everybody. Congratulations to you. 4 points for you on that one. All right, when we come back, Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app, live video on the X platform, YouTube, at Mike Gill Show. We're going to flip it over to the Flyers, who ended their season last night. What's next for them? Find out next when 97.3 ESPN.com Flyers insider Kevin Durso joins me. But right now, I need caller 7. This is one of your final chances to enter for this year's Eagles Draft Party. Caller 7 right now, 609-573-3776. 609-573-3776. Caller 7 right now. You are entered for a chance to win Eagles Club Box tickets to a game at the Link this year at Ocean Casino Resort. Our draft party is on Thursday. We're going to be giving away prizes every hour, Ocean Casino Resort, tickets, and so much more. The Eagles Draft Party next Thursday at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City. 609-573-3776. Caller number 7 right now. Don't forget, we'll have the Lombardi Trophy out there with us. Everybody there can get their picture taken with the greatest prize in football. We'll see you there. What's going on? Why is this team winning all of a sudden? What happened in your mind when Tortorella was released?
A lot of the pressure comes off because I think that you're not looking over your shoulder during a game. You're not feeling like you're waiting for the response to a mistake. The biggest impact it had, at least in the immediate, I mean, I think it was the first 2 games that out of the coaching change, Matvei Michkov comes out and scores 2 goals in each game. He's on hat trick watch. And then he finished the year. He had another multi-goal game last night against Buffalo. So he finished the season really strong, ended up leading the team in goals with 26, which is huge for him as the key player of this whole thing. But then you got to focus on what it did for somebody like Tyson Forster, who had 9 goals over those 9 games after the coaching change and got to the 25 goal mark, which seemed like an impossibility at that given point. So players who seemed like they were maybe just gripping the stick too tight in terms of frustration, in terms of just trying to make sure they do the right thing from the opposite end of the game, from the defensive side, don't make those key mistakes, don't get on the coach's bad side to an extent. That all came off when Tortorella was let go, and now those players kind of were able to regroup and refocus down the stretch and have some successful seasons. For some guys too, and Jacob Pelletier is probably one of the biggest ones for this, an increased role. Pelletier was playing on the 4th line when Tortorella was here. He got an increased role after the coaching change, started to put up some points and started to look like a better player that could be more serviceable to this team down the stretch. There's still a lot of learning to do with a guy you acquired in January and didn't play in this significant of a role until the final 9 games, but certainly that's something to look forward to in the following season to see if once you really kind of kick this thing into high gear a couple off seasons from now, if that's when, he fits into that picture. So good signs for some of these younger players, Michkov in particular, obviously, Forster having the season he did to finish it out. And I think a lot of that had to do with not having to deal with a coach that's kind of constantly riding you in a season where there wasn't much left to play for.
All right, March 27th, Tortorella's out. Brad Shaw, interim coach. I'm sure the questions will be now, who will be the next head coach? You just talked about the improvements this team made. Is Brad Shaw a pick? Is he even under consideration? What style of coach? Give us some thoughts on who will be the next head coach.
Yeah, I think Shaw will get consideration. I don't expect him to be the guy who gets the job because I just kind of wonder if they want to cut all ties from John Tortorella's staff and kind of start this thing fresh. If he's not going to be the head coach and construct his own staff, I don't think he would come back as an assistant either. I think that whoever the next coach is would make that decision for himself. There's really all sorts of directions they can go with this next head coaching decision because obviously a lot of people focus right in on kind of the coaching carousel, the recycled coaches that constantly keep getting jobs. And to me, the biggest candidate for that is still waiting for his future to be determined. That would be Rick Tocchet, who's in Vancouver right now. If he becomes available, he'll be under consideration, no doubt about it. But I wonder if that's the kind of coach that they want because Danny Briere said that one of the main qualities for the coach that they want to have, and that was in the very immediate when they really weren't thinking about this decision, was a coach that's going to bring a teaching element. So I tend to lean towards one in-house option in particular, which would be Ian LaPerriere, who coaches the minor league team at the moment and was an assistant coach of the team for several years. But I also go to other coaches of similar rank. So the best AHL coach that's probably out there is Todd Nelson, who's coaching the Hershey Bears, won back-to-back Calder Cups with them. They're in pursuit of a 3rd straight. So that's a guy who I think would get some consideration. And then going to the college ranks, a lot of noise around David Carl, who has won 2 national championships with the University of Denver, was also the head coach of the World Junior team for Team USA that won back-to-back gold medals. So he's got quite the resume for a college-level coach, coaching World Juniors, a teaching-level coach. But there's another name that's emerged from the college ranks over the last several days and weeks that is worth some serious consideration. That would be Pat Ferschweiler, who is the coach of Western Michigan. That's the team that just won the national championship in the NCAA, and that's their first national championship in program history. Ferschweiler is a Western Michigan alum who happened to play at Western Michigan at the same exact time as Flyers president of hockey operations, Keith Jones. So there's your connection. There's your parallel to how that might link up. And to be honest, it would be an interesting and a solid hire if that's where the Flyers go, because Ferschweiler's name has now been out there after winning the national championship. Pretty much everybody that I've seen out there says this is, call this guy. This guy deserves consideration for an NHL job. It wouldn't be quite the same as some college hires. It wouldn't be a situation where he's never been on an NHL bench. He has been an NHL assistant coach as well. So it's not as far in a concept as going, say, the Dave Haxtell route, where it was he's fresh out of University of North Dakota and jumping to the NHL for the first time. So few names there to consider over the course of this thing, but we'll see, obviously, as that decision heats up, who's getting interviews, who even becomes available for that matter, because Tocchet isn't technically available. There was some talk while Tortorella was here that if Tortorella just stepped aside, that maybe Mike Sullivan would be the natural successor because he's constantly followed Tortorella around during his coaching career. Would that be an option? I wonder if that ship has sailed now that Tortorella is no longer in the organization, and B, there's no guarantee that Pittsburgh decides to move on from Mike Sullivan. So you've got to wait and see what happens with some of those guys before we really hone in on who the true finalists are.
Right. Kevin Durso, 97.3 ESPN.com Flyers insider. Another season in the book. Another season with no playoffs for the Flyers, and another season with questions between the pipes. Will the Flyers address that this offseason? Sam Harrison was kind of your number one guy, 47 games. Okay season, not a standout year. He had some injury issues and stuff, but what was behind him was comical at times. So will that be the number one thing to address this offseason?
That's the big question for where they try to address it. They want to address a bunch of areas. Obviously, they don't really have center depth, so there's a lot of areas to address. But you can really point to the goaltending as the reason why this team wasn't more in a playoff race, because when it came down to it, whether it was when Urson was out with injury or whether it was when he was going through his struggles, they lacked anybody who was capable of starting in those particular moments. So that's why it would be a consideration to address it. To me, their future in goal is the guys that are down the line. They just brought Carson Bjarnason over. He essentially graduates from the WHL and now goes to the AHL. So he goes from junior to pro. That gives him a starting point, but I think he's in the AHL for the duration of next season. And then they've got Yegor Zavragin, who is the KHL goaltender, who's really creating a lot of noise positively about his performance at his age compared to some of the other great Russian goalies in the NHL at the moment, but he's still several years away as well. So it kind of becomes a question of, is this a more immediate need to address, or do you just say kind of wait it out until those two guys are ready? I have doubts that they're going to just wait this out. I think they are going to address it in some capacity, probably with a short-term veteran that can come in and play alongside Ersson and kind of give you a better tandem than what you've had. I don't think Ivan Fedotov is a solution to this thing. He maybe if he's the guy who they bring back, I think it gives you a clear-cut answer of what they think next season's going to be if they run this situation back. And I have complete doubt that Alexei Kolosov is even in the organization after this season, let alone one of your options. So we'll see how that even goes. That whole thing was a mystery from the start of the season. They carried three goalies for so much of it. I don't see that happening next year. I just wonder if Kolosov is even part of this picture. So he might be out of the picture. If they run it back with Fedotov and don't say bury him in the minors for that last year of the contract or try to trade him or something like that, then I think you've got your answer on what they think next season's going to be and how they feel about possibly contending. But if they go out and they do address it and try to get in a veteran who can play alongside of Ersson, a guy along the lines of, somebody brought up on the broadcast at least that, James Reimer he was the goalie for Buffalo last night. He might be retiring, but that's the kind of guy who could fill in with a younger goaltender. I think of a Jake Allen in New Jersey. That was a type of guy who fits that qualification. So you think about guys of that nature who may sign a 1-year deal and give you a stopgap until maybe one of these other guys is ready to be part of it. But to be determined whether they address it or not. And if they do, then I think they're serious about trying to be a better team. If they don't, I think they're okay with one more year of a lot of what you saw and trying to kind of maximize the draft for one more year before really hitting the ground running in the 26 offseason.
Well, the draft will be a very important part of this offseason and the next couple of years for this team, and it goes into question number 3 with Kevin Durso on the Flyers season. Danny Briere really the first chance for him to be aggressive and do some things and maybe change the dynamics of this team. I mean, this team feels like, the Giroux, and then once they moved on from him, it was kind of still a very similar team without Giroux and just kind of like, Couturier now and a lot of these same guys. They did trade, made some trades to change the dynamics a little bit. But this team has felt very similar over this 5-year run of no playoffs. Guaranteed a top 6 pick of the draft. A lot of other Sam Hinkie assets here for Danny Briere. So what's this offseason going to look like for him?
Yeah, it's critical because you got to really make a lot of those key decisions now, even if you don't think you're going to contend next season. This is still an area where you strike, especially when you have a pick that's going to be in the top 6 like they just guaranteed with that loss on Thursday night. That also locked in a bunch of other things for them that is significant to me. They have 4 second-round picks. By locking the 4th best lottery odds, we don't know where their own first round pick is going to be because the lottery can still change that, but it locks in their slot for the other rounds. So they have the 4th pick of the 2nd round. That's 36th overall. They have the 4th pick of the 3rd round. That's 68th overall. There, some of the other results from their early trades, Danny Briere did a really good job with this because ultimately when it came down to it, acquiring all of those other 2nd-round picks, they happened to acquire 2nd-round picks from 3 different teams that didn't make the playoffs. So they all fall in the top 16 of the round. Calgary was the first team out of the playoffs. They got that 2nd-rounder in the Morgan Frost-Joel Farabee trade. That'll be 48th overall. They got the 2nd-round pick from Columbus, which was actually from the Ivan Provorov trade. 2 off seasons ago, but it was deferred from last year to this year as a condition that Columbus had. That'll be 45th overall. And Anaheim, they got the Anaheim 2nd-round pick from the Cutter Gauthier trade. And it so happens that even last night, though, even though it seemed like all eyes were on the Flyers just need to lose that game for their own draft lottery odds, if Pittsburgh went out and won in regulation, it actually knocked that Anaheim pick down 1 more spot as well, and they got that as well. So it'll be the 40th overall pick. So they have picks all over the map here, but that ultimately equates to 8 in the top 68. That is a lot of draft capital high in the draft that they can utilize. They'll get those other 2 first-rounders that they got from Edmonton and Colorado. Slot to be determined based on playoff results, but it's guaranteed that they have those picks as well. The conditions on those will not be met to push them back. So they get all these picks, and now you got to figure out what to do with them. So certainly they'll keep their 1st-round pick that they have for themselves that's in the top 6. They'll do something with that to make a selection to get a key player. But everything else is up for grabs, and I wonder whether they explore moving up with those picks, whether they explore trying to trade some of those picks for maybe a player that isn't going to sign with his team as an RFA or is a younger player that can fit the mold of what they're trying to do going forward and give them more center depth, maybe get them another defenseman, maybe be the solution for the goaltending situation. Who knows? So they've got all that capital. They have cap space. That's also significant. So those 2 things, having those 2 things to kind of weaponize in the offseason is going to make it a possibility that Danny Briere can get aggressive. And it's why it's a question to me, because if he goes full on and gets as aggressive as he can be, it tells me how serious they are about possibly being a playoff team next season, as soon as next season, that they want to be in the race again. But they could also do a lot of the same things, hold on to the cap space, focus on the future with the draft picks, and say next offseason's the big one to go aggressive. So that's what Danny Briere has to determine here, and his actions will determine kind of what kind of team we're looking at next season, because it'll be based on his own aggression here in this offseason to determine whether or not they are in the playoff race or think they can be in the playoff race as soon as next season.
Well, and, that's the thing is, okay, are they content with, this year they said, hey, we're retooling and rebuilding this team still. We're still there. Next year, do we think that they want to take that next step to, hey, maybe we're not Stanley Cup, but we're a playoff team now?
It's possible, and that's why I say his actions will determine that, because if they go full aggression here and they really maximize what they have and land the pieces that I feel like they need to land. If we see them next year with a different goaltender in the tandem besides, Sam Ersson and another guy, if we see them with a pick who's a lot closer to making the NHL because they picked in the top 6, if we see them utilize some of those picks to go out and get a center who kind of falls in line right away instead of being a couple years down the line, then I see them trying to be a better team right away and trying to make the playoffs as soon as next season. If they don't do those things and kind of come back with another year of at center, Sean Couturier, Noah Cates, Ryan Poehling. Okay, then I kind of get the sense that you're content with one more year of this, trying to be in the sweepstakes for another year in the draft, and then trying to hit the ground running with even more cap space available, because there will just be more contracts that come off the books, more dead money that comes off the books. You think about right away, like at the deadline, they traded Scott Lawton and retained on him for an additional year. So that money would come off the books going into the following offseason. Maybe that's where they think, when all of that money is gone, when all of those commitments and all of those things that they have locked up are gone, that's where they try to go and get more aggressive and turn it into, okay, now we're ready to be a playoff team and be a true contender, versus trying to speed it up by 1 year and be aggressive in the here and now. So we'll see where they feel like they are, and that's for Danny Briere to determine.
All right, Durso, one thing that fans always love to, trades this time. Is there something big that you could envision Briere doing to shake the roster up? A guy, that he could move. Is there that chip on this team?
To move, I think if they were going to move somebody to really shake it up, the guy I put into question most is whether or not Cam York is here next year or not. That would be an interesting one to me. There was some discrepancies between him and John Tortorella down the stretch that kind of led to the dismissal of Tortorella to begin with. To me, I think the front office thinks York can be a part of this going forward, but they're not ready to make that long-term commitment. So I think you could see a bridge deal for him. But if it becomes a situation where York really wants the long-term commitment, that's when I think they might actually explore the possibility of trying to find somebody else who can come in here and do that, or at least moving on from York and starting over in that spot, at least. In terms of acquiring somebody, if they were to get aggressive and acquire somebody that makes that kind of noise, that's where I think the offer sheet things comes into play. And if they go out and try to sign, say, a Mason McTavish from Anaheim, Gabe Velarde from Winnipeg, a Marco Rossi from Minnesota, these are younger centermen or forwards that could really benefit the team in the here and now right away, and kind of jump in and become a center that you can really look at and be valuable going forward. If they go and do something like that. So I think that, to me, the three things that could really be significant, or at least the two things I'll say that are significant that would tell me they're moving forward, trying really hard to be a playoff team as soon as next year, would be offer sheet a center and acquire another goaltender who's more of a veteran, who you think stabilizes the position a lot more than it was this season. If they don't do those two things, then I think they're content with waiting until next offseason to really maximize it. But if they go out and they do those types of things and have that kind of offseason, I think they're looking at the idea that they could be on their way out of the rebuild a lot sooner than people think.
Kevin Durso, 5 years in a row, no playoffs for you. Unfortunate. I feel for you sometimes on that Flyers beat, but great job as always. Had some definitely twists and turns. Tortorella fired. Here we go. Should be a very interesting offseason. Draft night. Is this a desirable draft? I mean, the last couple years you had that name that even a very casual hockey fan had heard of, and there were certain players that you were strategically losing to try to be in place to draft. Is this draft in that ilk?
Not to the level of there's a consensus number one, because it's already bounced around a couple of times, but you do want to have the top 5 level pick. So the fact that they have mostly options in the top 5 here, that they'll either pick first, second, fourth, fifth, or sixth, and sixth is the worst case scenario, but there's still a lot of people believe that it is the top 6 is really where you wanted to be, and then there's a drop off from certain players. I think they've at least positioned themselves to get a really, really strong player out of this thing. Somebody who definitely you want to kind of probably partner up with Matvei Michkov going forward. It would appear. So it's really center heavy, which is what they need. If they were to, I was talking to Josh about this on game night last night, if they were to somehow get the first overall pick and win the lottery, the top projected pick right now, at least by a lot of the experts out there that focus in on the prospects, is actually a defenseman. But I could see them going that direction to get a true number one guy. Like, that is the potential that is out there for that too. If they pick the one defenseman that's kind of at the top, he's got true number one potential. They have centers, and there are centers in this draft that could be top line potential that could fill that void in the future. So being in this spot, that's why to me it was so critical, the result of that Thursday game that they just played to close the season, to get out of this season with the better odds to either get the first overall pick or at the very least be in the top 5 so you can land one of these types of players. It is desirable enough that if you put yourself in that position, you're going to land a really good player.
All right, Durso. Well, when something happens with the Flyers, at Kevin_Durso, and right here on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN, Flyers for the 5th straight season will be out of the postseason. We hope that ends soon for your sake. All right, good to see you, buddy.
Thanks, Mike. Appreciate it.
Kevin Durso, everybody, 97.3 ESPN.com, Flyers insider, and obviously the Flyers season did not go the way that some would hope, but the Flyers think that with all the picks they have, that they are continuing to move in the right direction. I'm Mike Gill. This is the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app, and live video on the X platform, YouTube, at Mike Gill Show. Hey, let me tell you about my friends over at Game Day Men's Health in Egg Harbor Township. Testosterone replacement therapy, vitamin injections and supplements, weight loss, ED, treatable areas with MSK therapy, plantar fasciitis, back pain, neck pain, foot, heel, ankle pain, stress fractures, knee pain, tendon pain, hamstring, shoulder. They do it all. You can check them out, 15-minute quick in and out, on-site lab results. They are licensed medical professionals to help evaluate and create a game plan to fit your individual needs and goals. 3069 English Creek Avenue. Call them at 609-365-7088 and check them out at GameDayMen'sHealth.com. Of course, you can check that out anytime, but make it a part of your plan here coming up for the summer months, guys. Tell Mike Gill from the Sports Bash sent you. All right, coming up, football at 4 is on the way. Stick around. Andrew DiCecco talking a little draft right here on the Sports Bash. And Football at 4 is powered by the Inside the Birds podcast. It's brought to you by Bet365. Whatever the sport, whatever the moment, it's never ordinary. We're inside a week to the NFL Draft. Andrew DiCecco from InsideTheBirds.com and the Inside the Birds podcast. The Eagles at 32. Are they right back to, doing what they did a couple of years ago at 32, trying to trade out, add more picks? We'll get all to that. Who's the right guy to cap it all off? Andrew DiCecco, of course. We have mailbag questions for Andrew DiCecco. The listeners have been sending them in, and Andrew is here to answer them for you guys out there now on today's edition of Football at 4. Andrew, what's up, my brother? How are you?
Mike, I'm doing well. It's a very busy time of the year for me, and very much looking forward to next week and seeing how everything plays out.
Yeah, as always, we love draft time. I know you are a huge fan of the draft. You do your homework and stuff. That's why all the listeners love hearing from you at this time. We've accumulated a bunch of mailbag questions for you, particularly for the draft. We'll get to them here in just a second with Andrew. But as we are inside a week, Andrew, I would like to get your take if you feel the Eagles will stay at 32 or get out of that spot.
Well, right now, it's just a little less than a week out. I think they're going to trade down out of 32 because I do believe that there's going to be a number of players that they like that will be available really in the top end of the second round, which really, if you're drafting at 32, a lot of those players most of those players, frankly, have second-round grades. So that would be something that would make some sense, and then the Eagles can add some more picks because they do have a lot of holes to fill. And, you have to find ways to add younger players, and that's really what they've been all about this whole offseason, trying to establish and really build around the young nucleus. And I think this is going to be a draft where they really continue to do that.
All right, let's get to some of the mailbag questions. We picked out some good ones for you today, all right? This one is from Rick in Summers Point. If the Eagles stay at 32, Andrew, Starks and Nolan are on the board. Is there a need or best player in either of those two?
There's both. I mean, both players Starks would be the best player on the board, but there's a need for defensive tackle and safety. And I think in that case, you look at what the Eagles traditionally do, what positions they value more than the other, and that would be defensive tackle. Walter Nolan does have some questions. He's a polarizing prospect for some reasons, but if there's ever a team that's equipped to handle a player like that and have a sound infrastructure where he's going to thrive, it would be the Eagles. So, I mean, you have to sort of be enamored with the prospects of adding someone like Walter Nolan to complement Jalen Carter, and if they're able to do that, I mean, you're going to have an interior force to be reckoned with there, because he does kind of remind me a little bit of Milton Williams. Starks is a back-end playmaker, but for all those good things in the second round, they could be positioned to get somebody like an Andrew McCougar from Texas, or trade up and maybe add the safety from Notre Dame.
Of those two, Starks, Nolan, do you have a preference?
Well, for me, it would be Starks, just because I like defensive backs. That's my favorite position to scout. And anytime you see a player like that has that C.J. Gardner-Johnson ability, he's a much better player than C.J., but he has that communication skills, the ability to take the football away, which the Eagles are sorely lacking now. And that, to me, really, when you look at it, Mike, safety is the Eagles' leanest position. So I think that when you look at Starks as a prospect and the need, I think that kind of, they're one and the same.
Okay, this one is from James in Northfield. James wants to know, at pick 32, Andrew, what kind of value can the Eagles realistically expect? A starter-level player, or is this a developmental player?
At 32?
Yeah.
Starter. Depending on what they do. I mean, if they go offensive line, that's going to be a developmental player, most likely. If it's a tackle. If it's a guard, it would probably be Donovan Jackson from Ohio State, which he's a plug-and-play guy. But if they're taking a Walter Nolan, if you're taking a safety, if you're taking a Donovan Ezaraku, it's different because you have Jalix Hunt, you have Nolan Smith. He would challenge for a starting spot, but I think any edge rusher is going to be better suited to be a situational guy in their rookie seasons. But more often than not, the player, if it's a defensive tackle, if it's a safety, even if it's a corner, like a Maxwell Harrison from Kentucky, I think the corner could start over Keely Ringo or Dory Jackson.
All right, let's go to Stephen Woodbine. Is this deep draft enough at key positions of need? Corner, edge, offensive line. I don't know if offensive line would be on the key position of need, maybe. That they could wait until day 2 and still come up with a starting level player.
I mean, at safety you could. At defensive tackle you could. Maybe a T.J. Sanders from South Carolina. I think it starts to get lean at linebacker. Offensive line, I don't think you need to add anybody. I've been really very clear that I believe that Tyler Steen is sufficient enough, and I thought he proved enough in his sample size. He played over 300 snaps last year, that he is a suitable solution. And when you have 4 high-end players on the offensive line, do you really need to go and reach for an offensive lineman when you have so many other needs that are arguably, well, in my opinion, more pressing, like linebacker, like safety, like corner, like, you kind of go down the board, like defensive tackle, like edge rusher. So, yeah, I think in the first or second round you can find starting-level players at all of those positions that were named. But linebacker, to me, is the leanest of those groups that the Eagles need help in. There's a severe drop-off after you get past the first couple players.
Another Steve. This one's Stephen Wildwood. Interesting question here. Does Vic Fangio's defensive scheme influence the Eagles' draft strategy?
I'm not so sure that it would. Obviously, you don't want to take someone like a Kenneth Grant from Michigan, who's more of a Jordan Davis type. That's kind of redundant. But more often than not, the Eagles are going to be inclined to take the best player available, not necessarily worry about does he fit our scheme. If he's talented, they're going to find a way to make it work. And Vic Fangio has proven that if they're talented enough, he can make it work. Obviously, Bryce Huff is the exception there, but I think that if you try to look for a player that's going to fit your scheme, that's where you kind of run into that's where you run into problems, maybe where you're reaching instead of taking the best player. So I think I don't think that'll be taken into account.
All right, this one is Chase in Vineland. What position group, Andrew, would frustrate you the most if the Eagles ignored it this year?
That's a good question. I would say safety. I would say safety because, one, they're extremely lean there. And 2, I'm not overly optimistic about the prospects of Sidney Brown being a high-level or an effective starter. I know that it's a very small sample size, but the way that he plays football, he can be a fan favorite for a play or two, for a series or two, but eventually he's going to make plays. He's going to give up big plays because of how he plays the game. So I think if they ignore that, then you're really banking on signing a veteran like a Justin Simmons or something to that effect to compete with Sidney Brown. But that would leave a pretty sizable void.
We're talking with Andrew DiCecco. It's Football at 4 from the Inside the Birds podcast, InsideTheBirds.com. Draft day is almost here. We'll get a couple more of the listener questions in here. Jose and Absekin, how does the Eagles' roster depth impact their willingness to gamble on upside versus going with a safer pick? That's an interesting question here. Like Jalix Hunt last year was more upside. That's a gamble, right? That seemingly has worked out so far.
Yeah, I think that the safer they need guys who can start. They need guys who can give them base level production, in my opinion, based on the way the roster is right now. It was a different roster last season. They were able to take a little more risks, but I think right now they need to find players that can start. I mean, they don't have, depending on where you land on Keely Ringo and Adoree Jackson, they don't necessarily have a starting corner. They don't have somebody that you can look at and say, yeah, Sidney Brown's a slam dunk starter at safety. They need players that can step in and give you competency and really challenge for a role. Sometimes upside players they take a little bit of time to develop, and right now the Eagles are not in that position where they can afford that luxury.
All right, let's do one more listener question here we have time for. This one is from Matt in Mays Landing. Andrew, give me your dream player who falls to 32 that you would run to the podium for.
Well, I guess I would, just to be clear, for me, it doesn't matter who the Eagles draft, but I think that the best fit, the most intriguing player to fall there, or I would say probably Starks, because
Malachi Starks.
I envision him, Malachi. I would envision him going in the top 20. But if they really want to kind of turn the tides here and go against their philosophical approach, Jahad Campbell, the linebacker from Alabama, would be a really good pick at 32. But as we all know, the likelihood of the Eagles taking a linebacker at 32 isn't very high. But Yeah, I would say Malachi Starks.
Would you draft a tight end in the first round?
Yes. I would take Mason Taylor at 32, and I wouldn't think twice about it. I got a little pushback on that earlier in the process, but I think now you're starting to see more and more people say, well, no, he's a first or early second-round pick. This has always been the case. My understanding was this is going back to February, that he was viewed as that, and some people believe that he's a third-round player. That's just not the case. Mason Taylor would be a good pick at 32, but he would be a player that if the Eagles took him, you're going to get a lot of texts, Mike, because people aren't going to be happy about that.
Yeah, and Loveland's another name that's come up a lot, too. Is he a first-round thought, or would you
Loveland, I like quite a bit as well. I actually have Taylor as my second tight end, which kind of goes against what most people think, and Loveland's my third. He's a plus-size wide receiver. He runs routes really well, uses his body well to shield off defenders. He can get vertical, super athletic, but he doesn't have the blocking prowess or the potential to take on a larger role as a blocker that maybe a Mason Taylor does. But he's going to go probably high. I mean, maybe top 20, top 22 picks.
All right. I'm going to keep my eye on those tight ends. I'm interested.
You should, man. You definitely should. I would not rule out the possibility of Mason Taylor at 32.
I like Gadsden at Syracuse, too. Is he a third,
Yeah,
fourth-round guy?
He's one of my favorite tight ends in this class. He's a fourth-round player, in my opinion. Moves really well. His father actually played for the Miami Dolphins, Oronde Gadsden. So, yeah, that's a player to keep an eye on, too. He runs well, about a 4.6.
I remember his dad well. All right, Andrew DiCecco, Football at 4, Inside the Birds podcast. Make sure you check out wherever he'll be appearing to get all his content leading you up to the draft. We'll catch up with him before the draft next week right here on Football at 4 on the Sports Bash. All right, buddy. Thanks, Dan.
Have a good weekend.
There's Andrew. All right. Take care, everybody. It's Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. All right, we will keep it here for a couple minutes and talk a little. Oronde Gadsden, how many people remember his dad? Oronde Gadsden from the Dolphins. He had pretty good years, couple pretty good years there. His son is a tight end at Syracuse. When you're looking at the Eagles, they have a 4th-round pick. They have 4 5th-round picks. I like the possibility of – I like the guys who have the bloodlines. They intrigue me a bunch. Oronde Gadsden, his dad was a wide receiver. The son is a tight end. But that would be a guy that would be – if you could get him in like the 4th round, if you haven't got a tight end by then, that would be a name to kind of keep an eye on. He's right about the safety, Malachi Starks. If Malachi Starks is on the board or Walter Nolan is on the board, who are you taking? 609-403-0973. You like either one of those two?
I mean, I like Nolan's upside a lot. I just don't know if he's going to be – I don't know if he's actually going to fall as far as some people think he's going to. I think that a lot of teams are starting to come around on the reality that he's probably not going to fall as far as maybe they had hoped.
Nolan?
Yeah.
You never know with these guys who have the off-the-field stuff. And I wonder if the Eagles have set the trend on that. They took Jalen Carter when he was off other teams' draft boards. But you never know what other teams are willing to
put up with.
Exactly.
Because the Eagles, Howie did a very exhaustive explanation of this at his last press conference about how they have an entire part of their staff that all they do is investigate people's backgrounds.
Big Dom.
And apparently it's more than Big Dom.
I don't know.
Apparently it's more like also it's more than the guy from draft day.
I think when these guys get drafted, they sit the draft picks down in a room with Big Dom and just scare the living bejesus out of them.
I would
have him just basically read them the riot act. If you ever have to get me to come get you out of trouble after X a.m. in the morning, be prepared.
I mean, now you can just bring in the defensive line coach, Clint Hurd, and just have him walk in there and threaten everybody. That guy's a big man. He's bigger than Big Dom.
He is a big dude. I was watching today. They have Howie Roseman's best top 5 phone calls that he has made.
Oh, yeah.
Did you see this?
I saw it. I didn't get to watch the whole thing, but I saw it posted.
Top 5 phone calls that Howie Roseman has made to tell the player that, hey, we're going to draft you right here. You should check it out. It's definitely worth it.
Was DeJean on there? The DeJean call?
You know what? I don't remember. I know one was Moro Ajomo.
Oh, yeah?
He was on there. I had sent it to the text board. Here it is right here. Let me see. Can I
Can you make technology work for us?
I probably can. I just haven't loaded it up yet. But I was watching like the beginning of it this morning, and then I got sidetracked. I didn't watch the whole thing, but where I kind of picked up was at Moro Ojomo. So all right, so here it is. I'll if you're watching on the YouTube and on the X platform, you'll be able to see it. The people on the radio will be able to hear it. And these are the top 5 phone calls, reactions from Howie Roseman on draft day, drafting somebody and having them on the phone and basically saying, hey, you're going to be a Philadelphia Eagle. All right, here, we'll play them for you. Here you go.
You want to get drafted?
Yeah, Howie, I want to get drafted.
You want to come to Philly?
Oh, gosh. What?
Yeah, we're going to take you here, man. We can't believe you're here in the 7th round. We know you're going to show the world what kind of player you are, and we're excited to get you. You know, I'm.
All right, so that was Moro Ojomo.
I love the scream in the background.
Where Howie's talking, Ojomo is like overcome with emotion, and Howie's still going, and Ojomo tells whoever's next to him, the Eagles are drafting me, and then his mom, I'm assuming, just absolutely lets out the
I
scream.
love it.
And Howie's still going. We're gonna show the world that you're like. Thanks, man.
Hey,
All right.
Howie's got the talking points. He's got to finish.
Number 4.
I'm a Florida Gator. Do you know how much this hurts my soul to take all these Georgia Bulldogs? You know,
This is the Nolan Smith one.
You want to win, though.
I do want to win. I do want to win, my man. You're right. I do want to win more than you know. I like that confetti. McCovey.
That was Nolan Smith getting
I remember
drafted.
that one, yeah.
Georgia Bulldogs, of course, Howie went to Florida, so him as a Florida Gator having to call a Georgia Bulldog, that was what he led with. Number 3 is also a Georgia Bulldog.
McCovey. This is Howie Roseman from the Eagles.
How you doing?
You've been waiting a long-ass time, brother.
Man,
You ready? Ready to come to Philly?
you damn right already.
I know it, man. You bring that championship mentality, man. We'll go win a ring like you just got one.
Get to come play with Jordan for a little bit longer now, too, right?
Yes, sir. Send me the playbook.
Oh, let's go.
Send me the playbook.
I like that answer. Send me the
Nakobe Dean.
playbook.
Yeah, you've been waiting a long time. Now, you remember that night, people wanted the Eagles to draft Nakobe in the 1st round.
Correct.
And then he got drafted in the 3rd round.
Right. And it wasn't high in the 3rd round either. It was like mid to late 3rd round, and you were kind of wondering, like, well, what are the Eagles going to do with this pick? And then they go get a linebacker. You're like, hey, now.
All right, here's number 2.
Oh, what's going on, man? This is Howie Roseman. I'm the GM of the Eagles.
Hey, how are you doing, Howie? It's Will Shipley. It's great to talk.
No, I know who you are. I'm calling you. Felix, what's going on?
Hi, this is Howie Roseman. Hi, this is Will Shipley. Yes, I know. I'm calling you. And number 1 on the list.
What's going on, man? It's Howie.
What's up, Big Pimpin'?
We're going to pick you right here, brother. Welcome to Philly. We're excited to get you, man. It's going to be fun.
That was Jalix Hunt last year. What's up, Big Pimpin'? So, if you were to hear that call, are you less surprised that Jalix Hunt was able to succeed right away?
I don't even know what to do
It
with
takes
that
some
reaction.
stones to say,
Big Pimpin'.
what's up, Big Pimpin'? Like, you're getting drafted. You're a 3rd round pick out of, like, Houston Baptist.
By the way, what does it say about Howie Roseman that these guys, when he calls them, that some of them are already like that, like chill with talking to him? Like, what kind of impression did Howie make on these guys, like at the combine or in pre-draft interviews, where these guys, or do you think those guys would have said that?
Well, I don't know that
called?
Moro Jomo was all that chill. He was.
No, I mean like Nolan Smith and Jalix Hunt, like the way that they talked to Howie. Like, do you think they would have talked like that to any GM who would have called them?
Don't know enough about their pre-draft processes to answer that, but I will say that you hear those calls and realize that they got the right players, right? That's what you listen back. Big Pib and Jalix Hunt. The first thing I hear is This guy has confidence. This guy exudes confidence. Nobody knows who he is. He's a third-round pick from Houston Baptist who went to an Ivy League school, who was playing safety, and the Eagles said, we're taking you in the third round. And he's like, you're damn right, you are.
The
Nolan
Will Shipley
Smith
was
says,
hilarious.
But you want to win, Coach. You want to win.
The Will Shipley was hilarious. This is Will Shipley. I know who you are.
421 Nuggets on the way. Nick Earnshaw joins us for a Friday edition of Nick's Nuggets coming up next on the Sports Bash live on 97.3 ESPN. Right now, you're running out of time. This is one of your last chances to enter for the draft party. Caller 7 609 573 3776 609 573 3776. The phones have been bonkers. Keep trying to get in. You have a couple more chances to enter. One of those chances is right now. Caller 7 609 573 3776. Your chance to enter the Eagles draft party where you could win Eagles Club Box tickets for a game at Lincoln Financial Field. You must be present to win at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City. We will be live on Thursday. The Eagles Lombardi Trophy is coming with us to the Gallery Bar Booking Games at Ocean Casino Resort. All right, 4:30 Sports Bash, 97.3 ESPN. I'm Mike Gill. What's up? It's a happy hour Friday. If you're involved for the weekend, you just heard 80-plus degrees. What are you having this weekend? Let us know. 609-403-0973. Give us a good pick for the happy hour Friday. Congratulations, Anthony and Mays Landing. You are a qualifier, Anthony. You have a chance to win Eagles Club Box tickets, and you get a chance to get your picture taken with the Lombardi Trophy. Every qualifier gets a picture taken if you want. You don't have to get the picture. It's free of charge. We'll be live at the Gallery Bar Booking Games at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City. It's time for another edition of Nick's Nuggets. They're brought to you by The Hub, gear that works as hard as you do. Time for that right now on the Sports Bash, live on 97.3 ESPN. Nuggets, what's up, man? Happy Friday to you.
Happy Friday, Mike Gill. Great to hear from you. Great to see you as usual. Listen, the Phillies, they get a win last night. We love to see it, right? Finally back on track. They split. They have not lost the series in a while at Citizens Bank Park, so I didn't think they lose the series, at least, especially after Thursday night. It was a long one. I figured they could bounce back, and they did that. But, Mike, they have some problems still, okay? This team still has some issues. You know, Castellanos, Marsh are a little banged up at this point. Rob Thompson, before the game, had mentioned, hey, they were out there running. Marsh is available tonight. I'm assuming we'll get that lineup coming up. So, listen, I think
the lineup's out. The
lineup came out? Did it come out already?
For a while. The lineup's been out for a while.
I missed it. I missed the lineup. Anyway, I want to look at
scrolling at the bottom of the screen.
I missed it. I just missed it. That's all. All right, here we go. Nugget number one. Phillies as a team. And I was looking at some of their numbers a little bit, going down their team numbers. And as a team, they're batting .238 as a whole right now. Not great. It's okay. They're in the middle of the pack as well. One number that is concerning to me is something that has been concerning for a while now. A while. It's big. This is every year, I feel like. They are right now 24th in runners in scoring position. They're batting .206 as a team with runners in scoring position. Mike, I don't know where, I don't know why this is always the case with this team. They're so boom or bust, but they're not in the top 10 of home runs as a team as well. But 24th runners in scoring position, it just makes you wonder, how do they fix that? How do you get that lineup to be, I don't know, is it because their lineup is inconsistent? Is it because the other guys haven't been stepping up? I feel like there's just a multitude of factors because of the way things have played out. Marsh not hitting, Alec Boehm not hitting, other guys not hitting, and mix and matching the lineup. That runners in scoring position, they're in the bottom of the barrel in Major League Baseball right now.
Well, yeah, I mean, listen, again, it's 20 games into the season. The 20th game is tonight. And you just it's hard to get a read on what you are in 20 games. But we do know is a lot of guys have not gotten off to starts that were big for them last year. Last year, if you remember, Brandon Marsh got off to a really good start. He was having a great month of April last year. People forget, this team got off to a scorching hot start to start the season by the All-Star break. But they were about the same record last year as they are now. So they weren't 17-4 to start the season. It was more, along the lines that they kind of got off to a little bit of a slow start, and then they started to take off. Alec Boehm was tremendous that first month of April. I mean, he hit 390, had 30 RBI. Think about that. He had 30 RBI in the month of April last year. Boehm had 30 ribbies the month of April last year. So think about all the production that he gave you last year that you're not getting right now. So you had big Boehm month. You had for Marsh last year in the month of April, he hit .269, 6 home runs, 17 RBI. Think about that from Marsh last year. You're getting nothing from Marsh right now. So that's 2 guys last year. Marsh had, what did I just say, 17 ribbies, and Boehm had 30 ribbies. That's almost 50 RBI from those 2 players. Those 2 guys have been 2 of your worst players so far.
Yeah, and looking at center field, the combined batting average in center field right now is a 131. From Rojas to Marsh, everyone who's played center field so far in less than 20 games, it's fine. But there's only one worse team. There's actually a worse team than that. The Chicago White Sox combined center field batting average is less than 131. So they are the second. The Phillies have the second worst production in center field this season so far, based upon what they've gotten out of Marsh and Rojas. It's not good. It's not going to cut it, Mike.
Not going to cut it. You can't keep this up. No, and by the way, that's Lewis Robert Jr. out there, who was the center fielder who many people. By the
way, everyone wanted to trade for years and years and years. He's not giving you anything either. He's been awful. He was awful last year.
He's hitting 136 with a 235 on base, 1 home run, and 4 RBI. You can make an argument that Brandon Marsh has been better than he is at this point, and people would say you got to go out and get Lewis Robert Jr. I've said over and over, I'm not a big fan of his. He had a couple of flashy, seasons early in his career, but he has kind of fallen off big time the last 2 seasons. Not a lot of interest in him because I'd probably have to give too much to get him. But, there's no question. Those 2 players in particular, I was thinking about this. Bohm and Marsh, almost 50 ribbies between the 2 of them in the month of April last year, and they have been off to a terrible start, and yet your record is the same as it was at this time last year.
And last year we were talking about how hot they were to start this season, right? Because they've been so bad in the past to start the year. Last year was like, they're actually playing pretty well to start the season. This year they have the same record, but it's just been a different feel because of how bad some of the players have been.
Big time. And, like last year, when you remember, like Trey Turner right now has been terrible. I mean, 214 is on base is 311. So he's another one that has just given you nothing. Last year in April, Trey Turner hit 346 with a 397 on base percentage.
That's $300 million. Right? That's $300 million right there.
9 RBI, 9 stolen bases. He had 10 doubles in the month of April last year. So you think about that production, he's been bad this year.
They do have the same record at the same amount of games right now, but the vibes have been different. So, it made me a little curious. I don't know if you saw it today, Mike. I put it out on Twitter because I saw it on TikTok. Garrett Stubbs doing a day in the life. He took a page out of Bryce Harper's TikTok book, and it's been all vibes in AAA right now, Mike. So nugget number 2, I've seen a little conversation. Do they need a little injection of Garrett Stubbs and some happy vibes around this club? Because it feels a little doom and gloom to start the year, right? And you got rid of the daycare. It's all business. It's all, very, very, I guess you could say with this team, it's business and nothing else with this squad this year, okay? And they're very serious. Does Garrett Stubbs, do we even think about it? Because Marshawn hasn't been that great either. I mean, he has not been good.
Marshawn's hitting 083. Marshawn's hitting 083 and has really – you brought Marshawn here because you felt that he was a better option as the backup and would allow you to play him more than having to use Real Muto all the time. That hasn't been the case. He hasn't played any more than Stubbs would have played. They just don't want to sit Real Muto. If that's the case, I would consider bringing Garrett Stubbs back. You're not losing anything right now offensively. Why I think Marshawn is a better offensive player overall, he's not getting enough opportunity to show it. Marshawn is the better option if Real Muto got hurt, but as the backup player playing just every once in a while, you probably are better suited just having Stubbs here.
Yeah, I mean, listen, he's brought the vibes down to AAA. I mean, he's doing day in the life on TikTok. I saw the Lehigh Valley Iron Pigs. They were posting pictures of him doing skits and all. I mean, that guy was made to be in the minor leagues. I mean, he's going all in minor league guy. But, I mean, listen, they could use a little injection of fun, I feel like. Listen, as much as I was done with Stubbs to go into the season, I'm doing a little bit of a 180. They might need a little injection of fun, maybe even just for a couple weeks. Send Marshawn down, maybe get some at-bats, and then bring Marshawn back up. You could do that because Marshawn is not giving you anything. The whole idea, like you just said.
Marshawn, he has no options left. So you would risk losing him. That's the issue.
I don't know. Do you do it? I mean, at this point, he's giving you nothing Nothing at all. I mean, I haven't seen a ton out of him.
At this point, he's played 5 games. I mean, so now we're saying, let me make a generalized statement. Last year he played 17 games. He hit .294 with 3 home runs, a .345 on base percentage. Through those 17 games, we ascertained he's got to be the guy up here. And now we want to make a generalization after 5 games. I mean, come on.
I mean,
Really?
I'm just saying, Stubbs is down there.
Well, what you're saying is asinine. You can admit that.
Whoa. You can bring up the vibes back and give this team a little inflection of fun, Mike, at this point.
That's different from saying, Marchand's he's played 5 games. Marchand's played 5. Now, last year, again, he played 17 games, which is certainly not enough of a sample size, but he hit .294 last year in those 17 games.
He was making the most out of his at-bats and opportunities. He really hasn't done that this year. I know it's only 5 games.
But in 5 games to suggest you're writing the guy off is really ridiculous. You know that. You're a smart man. If I said, hey, judge this man on 5 games, your answer, Earnshaw, should be, I can't judge a guy on 5 games.
I'm not saying do it right this second, but if there's a point in time, you have
12
that option
times,
right
by the
there.
Way. He's been to the plate 12 times.
All right. Well, he's batting .087, so he's not doing very well in those 12 times.
So if he's
not making the most of his opportunity so far.
Okay, if he was hitting if he was hitting .457, would you believe in that?
A little bit more because he's making the most of his opportunity at the dish.
You guys just get reacted to one game. So if he had one game and went 0 for 3, would we say he didn't make the most of his opportunity? He didn't get a hit in the one game he played in.
It just hasn't worked out when he's been out there right now. And the whole idea was you were going to get more offensively out of Marchand and Stubbs. Who knows? I mean, maybe you bring him up.
I get the point.
It's more about the vibes.
I get the point. To not understand that 5 games it's not even a week of baseball.
It's more about the locker room, the Stubbs thing.
That's
it's
different.
more about the locker room. That's
different.
The point.
My question was, so he has no minor league options. If you release Marchand, you risk losing him. And your answer was, he hasn't really done anything. I said he's played 5 games. To judge him on 5 games, I really think is somewhat irrational. Same as the people who wanted him here based on the 17 games he played last year. Why? Because he had 3 home runs in 17 games. And these people get so excited. Oh, he hit 3 home runs. You got to get rid of. Well, you reaped what you sowed. You wanted to judge the guy on 17 games. Now you kept this guy. You got rid of Stubbs. And now after 5 games, you want to judge him again and bring Stubbs back up. Both situations completely unfair.
Well, you also have to look at it from what he was doing in the minor leagues. He was doing a little bit better in the minor leagues. In 2023, he was hitting 305, Marchand was. So he was producing and in the minors a little bit more than Stubbs.
Well, in 2020, he played 3 games for the Phillies. He hit .500 with a .556 on base, 1 home run and 3 ribbies in 3 games. Should I judge him on that?
What I'm saying is at some point, if Marchand, when he does get the opportunities he's a backup, so he's not going to get a ton. He's not a starter. As a backup, do you value that, what his production is, more than what Garrett Stubbs can bring to the locker room and loosen these guys up? That's all I'm saying. That's the argument. It's not right this second to bring Stubbs up.
I think this conversation is different, though. I think they're 2 different conversations. You keep going back to that, and I keep telling you then you're risking losing Marchand. And here's the problem, all right? The big picture of this, which apparently you're not seeing. When you lose Marchand, who is 26 years old, you now have no catcher in the organization that possibly could be the heir apparent. So if you're saying to Marchand after 5 games, I've now deemed that you stink and I'm getting rid of you and someone else picks you up. Now my 2 catchers are 30-plus-year-old JT Realmuto and the chief vibes officer. To me, that is a little bit irresponsible for an organization to cut ties with the younger guy because you want someone to play dancing on my own.
I'm just saying, it's something that they're going to have to consider. If Marchand is in there and he's not giving you anything, let's say till about June, July, okay, getting close to the trade deadline, you're going to have a backup catcher at some point to actually give you a little bit of production, especially with JT maybe on the way out.
Stubbs gave you 0 production, so whatever
What's
production.
Marchand done? this year. Nothing in five. In five games, he hasn't given you anything.
If you give me 5 games, okay? If you give me 5 games one more time, seriously. I mean, he's played. By the way, he's played 45 career games. Let's go off those numbers. In 45 career games, he's a 260 hitter with a 331 on base percentage, with 5 homers and 45 RBIs. His slugging's 439. His OPS is 770. Those numbers dwarf Stubbs' numbers.
By the
way,
I am a proponent of bringing Marchand up. I am just looking at it right now because of where the morale of the team is at the moment. Like, it's not great. I wouldn't say it's fantastic. It's off the charts at this point. I'm not saying you do it on April 18th, but in the next couple of months, you got to see what he gives you.
I have no desire to see what he gives me. Marchand's 26 years old. He's a far better offensive
I meant
option.
Marchand. That's who I meant. I want to see what Marchand gives you.
Yeah, he's played 5 games. To make any generalization after 5 games is lunacy. Lunacy. It's bounds for being fired, by the way. All right? that would be bound. If someone said to me, I'm judging you on 5 games, right? I would say, you're fired.
I'm just looking at the bigger picture, the macro, Mike, not just the 5 games. I'm looking at the macro. If he doesn't get produced till July, it's something to consider. And if the morale of this team is still below where it's at, it's a consideration.
It's like somebody earlier asked me, was Austin Hayes a bust? And I said, he played 22 games. It's not really fair to me to judge him on he only played 22 games. I can't call you a bust on 22 games. There's not enough of a sample size on 22 games.
I would call him a bust. I would say he was a bust.
That's an irrational answer. That's my point.
It's not. Austin Hayes did not work out. He got hurt. It
did not work out. But the question is he a bust? And I said, I can't call him a bust. I can't call him a bust based on the fact that he played 22 games.
Yeah, but you gave up. You made a trade to go get him, and you thought he was going to give you more in left field, and you just didn't. It didn't work out. And
but my point is, it's not his fault. I can't judge him. He was injured. He had a kidney infection.
I know he got it. No.
So how am I supposed to judge his play on the field if he's hurt?
That's what I'm saying. It was a bust of a move. That's what I would say.
The move is a bust.
All right, that's fair. That's what I'm trying to say.
The move did not work out, but the question was, is he a bust? To which I said he only played 22 games. I can't judge you on 22 games. That's unfair.
Yeah, I think the move was a total bust because it just didn't work. It did not work out. He ended up getting hurt.
The move was a bust. The player was what I was asked to judge. The player, not the move.
But because of him getting hurt and his production, it was a bust. The move was a bust.
The move, exactly. I'm agreeing. The move was a bust. The player. Hayes has 2 homers in 3 games right now, which is why this came up, okay? He's healthy. He gets activated. He's hitting number 4 in the Reds lineup right now. He has 2 home runs in 3 games. And someone said the question was, do you think Kepler is going to start hitting or will he be a bust like Hayes? To which I said, Hayes did not play enough games for me to fairly judge him. Now, the move did not work out, but the player had a kidney infection. I can't judge. What if he played 50 games and hit 280 with 10 home runs? He would not have been a bust, but he didn't get that opportunity because he was hurt.
What is a nice sample size for Mike Gill? I need to hear a nice sample size of Mike Gill to distinguish making a move, changing things up. What is a nice sample size for Mike Gill?
Probably about the All-Star break, the trade deadline. I mean, right around the trade deadline. You got to let these guys play in the warmer months. Like this weekend's going to start warming up. You got to let these guys get into some more of a 5 games. Certainly not. 80 plus, 85, somewhere around about 85 games, I would say. Okay, now that's a sample size.
But for Marchand, let's go back to the Marchand.
Marchand's insignificant. He doesn't matter.
I'm just saying, if they needed an inflection of something and somebody in there to give them a jolt in the locker room, that's all I wanted to bring up with Stubbs. Because he seems like he's having a good time down in the minor leagues. He is.
It's not worth potentially losing Marchand because he has no options left. That would be my answer there.
All right. I like it. All right, moving along. Nugget number 3. Did you see A.J. Brown on Instagram today, Mike Gill? I don't know if you did. But he ended up, he was holding up a number 11 Patriots jersey. And I think everybody in the Philadelphia area who is an Eagles fan, I think their heart dropped a little bit seeing that at first. He received a box from Julian Edelman as well as Tom Brady signed jerseys, and he was very excited, and he trolled Eagles fans and I think Patriots fans all in the same video. I thought it was absolutely hysterical by A.J. Brown to do that. Now, if you're Howie Roseman, you might not love it. Nick Sirianni, Jeffrey Lurie might not love him doing that and messing around a little bit, but I thought it was hysterical. It shows he's got a sense of humor. All he did was receive a couple of signed jerseys from Brady and Edelman, but he did it on purpose by holding up that number 11. And Patriots fans were going nuts on social media, Mike.
Yeah, well, there was a Fugazi report out here from somebody at a radio station in New England. Have you seen this?
Which report?
A reliable source tells Fitzy from WEEI if Abdul Carter falls to the Patriots at number 4, the Philadelphia Eagles could trade A.J. Brown to New England to move up to take the pass rusher.
That's a lot of coulda, woulda, shoulda.
Well,
you know what I mean?
Possibility. I mean, how do you see the draft going? I mean, Abdul Carter could be there at number 4. There's a strong possibility of that. So that's not a lot of coulda, shoulda, woulda. That's a strong possibility.
Yeah, but trading A.J. Brown to go get him, I don't know about that. This goes back to yesterday's conversation with Devontae Smith and Jalen Ramsey. I wouldn't do that either. I wouldn't trade A.J. Brown to go up and get him. I just wouldn't.
I wouldn't do that movie. I wouldn't do that move either. It just I don't think there's a lot of merit to that. I don't know what Fitzy's contacts are, but
no.
I don't see that move happening.
No, I don't think it would be the right move for the Eagles right now. Listen, A.J. Brown is a superstar. You want to keep him on this roster. Absolutely. You don't want to get rid of him. You have a juggernaut of an offense, a great wide receiver core. No need to break it up right now. Not right.
All right, there you go. Weekend Nuggets.
I will see you on Saturday morning in the locker room with the Schweiner tomorrow. It'll be fun.
There you go. Nuggets are brought to you by The Hub. Gear that works as hard as you do. We're judging major leaguers on 5 games now. Can you imagine? Schwarber 0 for 5 in 5 straight games. You would say, demote that guy. He's had a bad 5-game stretch. That's what we're doing now? Marshawn will be fine. He's a good kid. They need a 26-year-old catcher in the system. They got nothing in that system. That Logan O'Hoppe trade, that one's going to hurt them. All right, I'm Mike Gill. This is the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. Final hour of the show is coming up. Tune us in on the YouTube channel and on the X platform or right here on 97.3 ESPN. 5 o'clock, it's a happy hour Friday. Supposed to be 80 degrees this weekend. Got the Phils tonight. Great pitching matchup. Sandy Alcantara. Zach Wheeler for the Phils. We've got the lineup we gave to you earlier. If you're watching on the X platform and on YouTube, you see it scrolling across the bottom of the screen. Subscribe to the YouTube channel. Like us on the X platform. It's the final hour of this week's show. Holy mackerel. Can't believe it's Friday. Thankfully. It's been a weird week. Long week. Phils win, lose, up, down, all around. We're going to get into that and so much more. A little fun Friday edition of Rye or Sigh. Ryan Rothstein is back, as we do each and every day in the 5 o'clock hour. It's a good opportunity to kind of throw around all the topics from the day, see what's on his mind, quirky stuff, all sorts of stuff. It's a Friday as well. We got some things going on. So let's dive into today's edition of Rye or Sigh. What do we got today?
How we doing, MG? It's a good Friday out here, and let's get weird. Let's have some fun. So, I guess we'll start with the Phillies. We started the week with the Phillies. It feels like we've started every show for decades with the Phillies. For whatever reason, this season, that's how this.
They've only played 20 games.
Feels like 200, right?
It does feel like it's been a long season so far. You're right.
It feels like 200 games. For better or for worse, hopefully for better. But I'm going to go a little bit different. I'm going to zag instead of zig, or maybe zig instead of zag. But I'm looking at Max Kepler, a.k.a. the Kepler Elf. I want to focus on him for a minute. I think he stinks on ice. I think he's an absolute nothing burger. And I'll extend it to this. He's underperforming for how he usually produces. And how he usually produces, I don't think my tone would be different if he was producing how he typically does. Like, I don't know what the thought process was of bringing him in to this team this year with all the needs and all the question marks that we have surrounding this team right now. It just, I watch him play and I'm just like, I'm shaking my head and I'm sighing.
I'm sighing too. And look, he's actually had a pretty good week. He had a couple doubles. Yeah. He's been in the mix of everything here. But I agree. I said this the other day. Even in his best year, he was pretty damn good. He hit like 35 home runs one year. But that was one time like 6 years ago.
Right.
I don't know what they thought they were getting from him. Like, you're like, okay, I need to add a bat to this lineup. Let me get a left-handed bat. If it's a left-handed bat and it was like Cody Bellinger left-handed, who was like the MVP of the league, okay, I'll take a shot with another left-handed bat who had an MVP season. Mm-hmm. Max Kepler, to me, his best year is, what were you expecting from him? 280 with like 15 to 18 home runs? Like, that's not the guy that you really needed, especially from the left-hand side. If you told me, hey, that's the right-handed guy that you got to play with Brandon Marsh, okay, I can take a guy hitting 280 with 15 home runs that's going to play with Brandon Marsh, because the two of them will get me about 30 homers if they're both playing. I didn't get this move. I still don't get it. Even Kepler playing well at times, which right now he's actually giving you some offensive pop. He's hitting some doubles. He's been in the mix for a bunch of things. He's fine against righties, but to me, he screams platoon player and just an average one.
If he was a guy that you're bringing in to sit on the bench and be a lesser version of Sosa for your outfield, great addition. But to be the six-hole hitter on this team, I don't get it. I do not understand it. Is like, were they trying to pull a move off that hopefully would pay off? Meaning like a Howie Roseman type of signing? Like, man, let's just hope
so.
Yeah.
I think that's what they were hoping, was 1 year, $10 million. And in that baseball world, that's a cheap, that's a cheap guy for 1 year, $10 million, and hopefully, I just don't see what they thought his high level, like his ceiling was. I just don't see that. So yeah, I agree with you on that. I do think that they kind of I don't know if what they were looking around. I can't imagine them sitting in a room I always love to get. I love to envision these conversations, right? You're sitting in a room and someone says, it's like the scene in Moneyball where they're all around that table. And the guy's like, yeah, what about this guy? And he's like, no. And they're like, and he points at, who's the
Jonah Hill?
Yeah, he pointed at Jonah Hill, and he's like, he gets on base. He gets on base.
Yeah.
Max Kepler, 317 on base. He doesn't do that well. He's a 237
What does he do
hitter.
here, right? To pull an office space, what does he do here? What does he do?
I don't know what he does. I don't know what the redeeming quality was that they saw when they were all sitting around that table and said, hey, what about so-and-so to replace Giambi? No, we don't want that guy. And he's like, yeah, Hatterberg. And this guy, like, Hatterberg, he gets on base. What does Kepler do? He don't get on base. I mean, his best year, even his best year, his on base was 336. That year he hit 36 homers, knocked in 90 runs, and he got on base 336, which is average, not great. So I don't know what they looked at with him. That one, I would agree with you, is a major sigh.
So, yeah, so sigh-worthy. So I just want to add one more question to it before we move on, because we have a lot we want to work in. Dombrowski. Like, we tie in this edition of Kepler. We look at the roster construction. You know, are we talking about all the real people to blame? Right? We're talking about Topper. We're talking about Alec Boehm, talking about Cassie, right? There's a lot of blame that could potentially go around for this team, but should more be looked at up in the box?
I definitely, well, listen, yes, Dombrowski, I don't think that he is without criticism at all. There's no question here. He built this team. He has flaws in this team. He has to fix some of the flaws. He's missed on the right-handed bat. The roster construction with all these lefties, that's on him. The bullpen situation, I said it the other day, the rent a bullpen arm, that thing's driving me nuts. Then you got Estevez and Hoffman, small sample sizes, but both of those guys have been very good to start the season in their new homes. So, yes, no, you're fair to ask and fair to criticize. Has Dombrowski done enough? He got them to a point, but I don't think he's done enough to get them over the top.
Yep. All right. We'll keep this train moving here on a happy hour Friday. Still to come, we have NFL draft talk, some good topics to get into, as well as a wild card topic and some other trending news. But I want to go to the hardwood for just a minute or two. We'll talk some 76ers. I got a hot take for you.
I like a hot take on a Friday.
Yeah, of course. Why not, man? It's a little chilly out right now. We need to warm this bad boy up. So I'm thinking what the Sixers would do if they end up with the number 1 overall pick, right? Like, let's just play glass half full for a second.
What do you mean, what would they do if they had the number 1 overall pick? There's not even a question here, is there?
Let me get to it, man. Let me get to my move.
Listen, you know me. I'm like the contrarian outside the box sometimes. Like, I didn't like Zion Williamson. I wasn't a fan of him. I would have taken John Morant in that draft. I didn't like Caleb Williams. I would have taken Jaden Daniels. Here, I'm not going to be the contrarian. I'll take Cooper Flagg. Thanks. Go ahead. What's your question?
2 situations that just also happen to make you really look good. What a weird coincidence there. But my point is, I'm saying what would they do, because I heard on a podcast about Cooper Flagg saying, depending on which team gets the number 1 overall pick with the NIL money and Duke and the run they had, who's to say that he can't just simply come out and decide to return to Duke depending on who gets the number 1 overall pick?
Okay, well, that's a different story. All right, okay. Yeah. Now the fact you're saying, and by the way, you brought this up, and everybody poo-pooed it when I said he has indicated that he might go back to school. Now, Shire has said he's not coming back. Like, I'm not even going to let him come back. So,
yeah.
I don't think it's realistic, but there was a time where he was kind of hinting that he might go back, and Shire was on a show and said, I'm not even going to let him come back.
Yeah, I think that was like Cooper Flagg trying to be respectful to his teammates during the year. That's how I interpret that news story that I think got blown out of proportion. But either way, I think it's interesting because, not to get too sidetracked, players can do that now. That's a new way to hold NBA teams hostage with the college NIL deals, right? Like, depending on where you could end up getting drafted, you can say, nah, I'm going to go to Oklahoma State instead, right? Like, and I could see that happening to the 76ers.
Now, would you rather go to Oklahoma State or Oklahoma City? Right now, Oklahoma City is pretty darn good right now. So if Flagg is not in the draft, is what you're saying, then what do you do?
What do you do? And my other hot take to sort of go with that is we played a Daryl Morey soundbite about a week and a half ago where he said Sixers roster needs to get younger. And how I interpret that is he's going to shift his thought process on how this team is going to be built for next season, meaning Joel Embiid is not going to be the focal point of this team, is no longer the focal point of this franchise, right? This franchise is going to officially become the Tyrese Maxey and Jarrett McCain show as early as opening night next season.
Believe that when I see it, but okay.
Yeah, it's a hot take. It's a hot take for sure, but
it's hard to do that. I'm not like I don't know what even that means. I mean, like,
it just means that you're no longer going to be focusing. You're not going to try to put a square peg into a round hole anymore. That's what they've been trying to do.
I think as long as Embiid is here, you always have a square peg in a round hole because you're trying to do something in today's game that's not conventional. Fit a 7'2" perimeter player into a game that is built on wings and three-point shooting.
Mike, everyone's 7'2". Wemby's 7'8". You just see Edie.
He's a 7'8" wing, though.
But yeah, that's my point. So listen, Joel Embiid. God forbid he decides to lose 15-20. But my point is,
let me tell you, it's not as easy as it seems. I come from experience there.
Yeah, but what if? I hear you. What if I told you I'd pay you $200 million to lose 15 pounds?
I try harder, but still, I mean, I don't know. I'm kidding. But the problem is, yes, it's always a square peg in a round hole with Embiid, and that's not a knock. It's just he's 7'2" who plays. He plays in a weird position on a floor. He's a mid-range player in a league that is no longer mid-range oriented. I mean, his bread and butter is the elbow jumper, and the foul line extended, foul line jumper.
Hold on. I'm calling a timeout on you. What is his bread and butter, dude? Seriously, what's his bread and butter? Because the NBA playoffs are about to start. And listen, all these players that we grow to love, superstars, past or current, we grow to love them because of what they do in the playoffs. And Joel Embiid has never shown anything to me.
Well, that's a different conversation. If you ask what his bread and butter is, I think you can answer that question.
I can.
He is deadly from that area on the court. You cannot stop him. He'll make that shot all night long if you give it to him.
On a Tuesday night in February, though. And this all ties into you have to shift your mindset if you're the Sixers franchise and Daryl Morey.
Yeah, and the one problem I always have with the Sixers, with the Embiid thing is, when you practice in training camp with Embiid,
which they've never done,
when he's on the floor and you install your offense with Embiid, that offense cannot be replicated by the backup player because the backup player cannot do anything close to what Embiid does. Mm-hmm. So you almost have to install two totally different styles of play. One for Embiid on the floor and one for Embiid being hurt. So you have to almost learn two completely different styles of how to play. So how do you incorporate Embiid on the floor, maximize what he does well, and then say it's not your team anymore?
Great point. It's a good question. It's not as big of a shift as you outlined that to be. I hear you, and I'm not diminishing what you just said. But in basketball, particularly in the NBA, it's a simple switch a lot of the time. It's like, okay, this set, this rotation, we're going to go heavy dribble handoff with Maxey and the three guy off the wing. He's going to curl around, right? Like those sets are not, it's not like football's, identity type things where your change is like, we got to throw the playbook out. It's like, no, these are sets and installs and different situational things. So it's not like a huge overhaul. If you decide to do that, it's more about Joel Embiid's buy-in to it, in my opinion. If he's willing to say, you know what, I'm going to get up 8 to 12 less shots a game. I'm going to get to the line maybe a little bit less. My stats are going to go down a little bit. Maybe my efficiency can go up and my minutes will go down, which is what we all want, right?
Yeah, it just said if he's on the floor and he's in that spot and he has the ball, there's a good chance that he's going to say, I'm going to take this shot. And that shot has been a shot that he has pretty much made at a high clip.
That's fine, and they should still have a focus on that, just maybe not the number one priority on that. But like, let's figure out our perimeter play with Maxey, like our young backcourt. Hopefully, we add another piece to that with this draft pick, right? So I don't know, man. I just
I do get concerned.
This,
I do get concerned with this Maxey McCain. Everybody's Maxey McCain. Got to turn it over to them. I've seen no evidence that Maxey is ready to be a lead player on a team. I think he is when he's played and been the lead guy for whatever reason, the team has been a dumpster. All right, whenever Embiid goes out, hey Maxey, you're the guy, and that has not gone well. And I get it. The team is not built for him, but what you're suggesting is keep the same guys and just let Maxey be the guy I think Maxey's great for, like, you see a playoff series where a guy just comes out and has a huge game for you one night, and he can do that. I don't know that he's the guy that if the other team's game planning for him and he's the guy, I don't know that he's that guy. Now you put McCain out there with him. Now you have two small guys, and that generally in the history of this game has not worked out well.
I hear you. I think for this era of basketball, you need multiple guys that can do multiple things with the basketball in their hands around the perimeter. And for the first time in a long time, the Sixers do have the potential to have that. And hey, what if I told you Paul George is going to be fully healthy next year and bought in as a 76er? What if I told you McCain's fully healthy, Maxey's fully healthy, and they get the number one overall pick? I mean, this team could look a lot different. It really can.
Well, listen, I have no choice. If I want to try to do something I did not do once this year and enjoy the basketball season, I have to buy into that. Right. You know, I have to be prepared to say, I am going to free my mind and hope that poor Joel Embiid, no one's saying, poor Joel Embiid, screw him, that this guy is given the opportunity to play a full season for once in his career, okay? The injury gods have beaten the living daylights out of this man. Give him a chance to play 70 games in a season, and let's just see what happens. Get him to the playoffs healthy, and let's just see what happens so that we can finally say the guy got there healthy and he played and he was healthy and he doesn't have the injury excuse. He doesn't have any of that. I don't know that I can wrap my head around that. And I'm not a cynic. One of these years it's like, well, he's always hurt. Well, maybe he's not hurt this time. Well, he's always hurt. Well, maybe he's not. Well, he's always hurt. Your suggestion is all I have to go off of, though, because I don't see any other change. I think it's Embiid. I think it's George. I think it's Maxey. I think it's McCain. And it's this pick here. And this pick here
is everything.
It's a huge spot for them. Which, by the way, if they hit on this pick and McCain is as good as we saw, all of a sudden this team – it turns into a team that you just had complete down. You were so down on to the next 2 to 3 years with this group. Now, again, you got to bank on Embiid and George being healthy for 3 straight years. Hey, that's a tough one.
And it ain't happening, right? It's the reason why I'm hopeful for this and why it's a hot take is because, do we think the Sixers would actually go about it that way? My fear is they're going to continue to go about things how they've always gone about things with Joel Embiid, and that ain't going to get anything done. This team's going to continue to be a dumpster fire.
Well, what do you think about what Morey said the other day, where he said, people keep, why'd you sign Embiid? He said, for us to get George, we had to show George that we were committed to Embiid. That's why he signed here. He wanted to play with Embiid. If we didn't extend Embiid, then we wouldn't have got George. Now, I know there's a ton of people out there saying, why did you sign George? There's a huge group of people who just didn't want George anyway. I get that because he wasn't all that exciting. But that's their rationale. So would you say that George is committed because the Sixers committed to Embiid?
I don't buy that. I don't buy that Paul George wouldn't have taken this contract. And he had offers that were similar to it, if the Sixers didn't do what they did for the extension with Embiid, right? And I'd push back with this. Regardless of what Paul George wanted and his perception, yada, 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 is that the right way to conduct business? Would Howie Roseman have given a player that extension in that circumstance?
Probably not, but it's
No.
different. I mean, I get it. It's basketball and football are a little different. The age
No.
comes into play a lot more. Blah 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 blah. But yeah, I don't think so. No, I don't think.
What a good
I don't
GM.
think it was a savvy move. Other than, I think they got some financial break out of signing him early.
A financial break, sure, but what is the fallout of giving him that extension, right? Isn't the financial impact potentially more significant?
Sure. Yeah,
right.
You got a guy that you can't count on, and you counted on him, and you can't count on him. So it has been for 1 year, the checkmate goes to all those all those who say you can't count on him. They are the winners right now.
1,000%. I'll add one more NBA draft topic because we can sort of save some other really good topics we have for discussion and debate in the next segment. NBA, like the NBA first round, right? We talked about Joel Embiid never doing anything. His legacy is non-existent because he's never had a playoff moment. It's such a shame because I look at these first round series, like Anthony Edwards has a potential to, send the message to the world, put the world on notice. He has an opportunity. Cade Cunningham has an opportunity. Like, it's exciting. This is why I love basketball, because the storylines of the individuals shaping their legacy is fun to watch. The whole world's picking the Lakers, and Anthony Edwards has a chance to say, I'm about to be the face of this league right now. Right? So, like, those are the things that we never have gotten to see.
Well, we got a chance to see it, but it didn't materialize. Like, I'm looking at Embiid right now. His first year, he played those 31 games, and then he got hurt, and he missed the whole, last half of the season. He scored 20 points a game that year as a rookie. The next year, he played 63 games. They went to the playoffs. He scored 23 points a game. The next year, he scored 27 points a game. That's where he was like, hey, I went from 20 to 22 to 27, and he played 63 games, 64 games. And you were seeing what you're talking about, this guy that was able to kind of take that shot, and that's when they lost to Toronto. And he's continued 28 points, 30, 33, 34. So he's continued to kind of burst, progress, except for there's always been something. Yeah. He's got the broken face. He's got the knee.
Head, shoulders, knees, and toes. And it's
I get frustrated by it, but it's like a lot of these things that he breaks his face. It's through no fault of his own. Like the knee thing, the guy rolls on top of him. I mean, we're blaming a guy for getting hurt in that situation. It's like, what are you supposed to do? The guy fell on top of the guy.
There's a lot of bad luck involved, but I also think there's a lot of work ethic questions, and I think character questions and flaws you can look at too. And
here's the thing, though. I think I definitely agree about he's not in the best shape. I called last year when they lost. I said, look, he's got to lose 30 pounds. I mean, he's got to do it. He's got to look like he did on draft night. He just got to come out and be a much more athletic, thinner, slimmer player. That said, these injuries that keep occurring to him, they're not necessarily happening because of him not being in the best shape. More of them are bad luck instances.
Maybe.
But yet we just look at him and say, it's like everybody. It's easy to pick on the fat guy, right? Everybody is lowbrow. You're the overweight guy. I'll make the fun joke. That's easy to do because it's easy. So we just make fun of Embiid because he's the big guy. But it's not really as warranted as these injuries. He gets hit in the face.
Warranted. It is warranted.
How is his lack of conditioning, if that's what we want, how is that warranted when he collides with Markelle Fultz and breaks his face?
Listen, there are some things that happen that are just crappy luck.
I get that, but I'm saying I'm going through the things that happen, and I'm asking, how is him not being in shape? How is him not being in shape?
It's all about your preparation, regardless of the injuries, right? Like, how does he conduct himself to make sure his body is the best possible body for him that it can be, that he's healthy and prepared and ready to endure the unknown and the unpredictable stuff, right? And what that means is, even when you get those freaky injuries, How do you go about the physical rehab? What is he doing at home when the Sixers are on a road trip 8 out of 10 days and he's not flying? And they're saying, hey, here's a packet we printed out for you in the office. We hope you're doing this. And maybe he's at home playing FIFA, eating Doritos and Ben & Jerry's ice cream. So, like, we don't know how he's going about those rehab situations.
That's a different conversation.
But that's all
suggesting that's suggesting, which I'm not sure is fair or unfair or not. I'm saying we're blaming him for being out of shape, which I think is fair, but I'm asking, how is Markelle Fultz colliding with him? How is him being out of shape the result of Markelle Fultz colliding with him and breaking his face? How does him being out of shape make that happen?
Yeah, no, that doesn't. It doesn't. But
okay,
that's not.
but he broke his point? So he's broke his face a second time, where the guy got the rebound and elbowed him in the face.
Mm-hmm.
How is he being out of shape the cause of him breaking his face the second time?
It's not.
Okay, then he broke his face a third time, which is unbelievable.
Well, that was the. He didn't break it 3 times. It was 2 times.
He broke his orbital bone twice. He
Yeah.
wore the mask 3 times. He got hit again. And had
the
to
third
go with
one was the what's it called? I don't want to
cheekbone.
No, but it was like a disease, like a weird disease.
Oh, he had Bell's palsy.
It was Bell's palsy, and Bell's palsy. Google Bell's palsy. How you can get it? There's like one of 2 or 3 ways that you get Bell's palsy, right? Like, and being out of shape, and I'm paraphrasing it, as well as stressed and anxious. That's how you get it.
Yes.
You know, so
yeah,
I think it's more about, it's not about him being, quote, fat at the time of those injuries, right? How you're outlining it. I think it's more about his overall work ethic as a professional athlete and how he conducts himself.
Which, again, I'm not questioning that, which I'm not around the team.
Which impacts these things.
I'm not around the team, but most people will tell you that that's not true, that he works hard, that he's in the best shape, and yada, yada, yada.
I've never heard anyone say he works hard.
Oh, I'm on every day talking to people, and they're saying, no, he works hard.
I don't know, man. I think
How many times have he come into camp and they're like, wow, he looks way different than he did last year? We hear that every year. We've heard that 3 years in a row.
But he looks the same physically, and it ends up being the same story every year, right? So, like, the team can push out one message, but the reality can be right in front of us.
Well, I'm not listening to the team say that. I'm listening, when Paul's on the show, Pompey's on the show, and those guys are like, yeah, he looks like Michael Caskey-Blomain. He looks like he's lost 20 pounds. He looks like he's in the best shape I've ever seen him. He's certainly noticeably slimmer, all of that stuff.
I mean, maybe at one point that is true, but then it quickly ends up not being true. Like, how does that happen?
Good question.
I don't know.
I'm just saying a lot of this stuff, I think, is just a bizarre freak events that has happened that you cannot even believe half the time that it can. How does one guy break his face 3 times?
It's impressive. I mean, the odds would, if you're trying to set
I got to look that
odds.
up. Derek Bodner tweeted something out about that. How many broken faces there have been in the history of the NBA, and Embiid has 3 of them. There's only been like 15 in the history of the league.
Yeah, he definitely holds that record.
We'll come back with the with another segment coming up next here on the Sports Bash Live 97.3 ESPN. All right, right now, caller 7. This is your last chance on the Sports Bash to enter the draft party. 609-573-3776. Caller 7 right now. 609-573-3776. Caller 7 right now. You are in for the Eagles draft party at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City. We've been jamming these phone lines for the last couple of weeks. This is your last chance to be caller 7. 609-573-3776. You must be present to win at the Eagles draft party at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City, where you can win a pair of Eagles Club Box tickets to a home game this season at the Link and other great prizes. Don't forget, we'll have the Lombardi Trophy out there for pictures. Good luck. All right, happy hour Friday, everybody. Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. I'm Mike Gill. We got another segment left to go. Congratulations. Who was our latest qualifier? Robin Marmora.
Robbie.
Congratulations, Rob. He was our latest qualifier. And the last cue to call, we'll see everybody. You got one more chance tonight during game night. One more opportunity tonight for the draft party on Thursday. We'll be live at the Gallery Bar, Book, and Games. Sal Paolantonio will join me on Thursday and Friday on the show, so we'll have that for you as well. Ryan Rothstein's back for another segment of Rye or Sigh. Looking forward to what we have to close out this weekend.
All right, so let's switch to NFL draft talk and report. There's a report circling the Twitterverse, or I guess it's the Xverse nowadays, whatever the kids are calling social media, regarding the Patriots and the Philadelphia Eagles. Per Fitzy GFY, who I believe is up in Boston with WEEI, I need to confirm that, but that is it's what it's looking like, says that if Abdul Carter potentially falls to number 4, where New England is positioned, that it's possible they would trade that pick, a.k.a. Abdul Carter, to Philly for A.J. Brown. Now, I'll just say this quickly before I hand it off to you. This continued rumor mill regarding A.J. Brown to the New England Patriots has simply been fueled and only been fueled by on-air personalities, i.e., like me and you, up in the New England area talking about the Patriots. Outside of the Patriots fans and media members desperately wanting A.J. Brown for whatever reason, I don't see any credibility to all this talk about the Eagles trading A.J. Brown to New England. It doesn't make any sense, Mike.
No, and there's a huge reason why it doesn't make sense, and I'll show it to you here for the people watching on the YouTube channel and on the X platform. There is one massive reason why this does not make sense. If you trade A.J. Brown, you will have a dead cap number of $59 million, and that would tell me that A.J. Brown will not be traded. If you trade him next year, that number is $43 million. The following year, it's $27 million. Then it's 15. You might decide around then, okay, I'll eat the $15 million. In 2029, it would be $5 million. So if you want to take a $59.8 million dead cap money, then you would decide, okay, I might trade A.J. Brown. Otherwise, I would imagine you keep him.
It makes zero sense, even with what you just dropped, the knowledge that you just dropped, even if you exclude that. But that is just a mic drop, with that added to this whole mix in this conversation. When has Howie Roseman done a trade like that anyway? Like, yes, Howie Roseman, if he has an opportunity to go up and get Jalen Carter, he'll do it. If he has an opportunity to go and get Devontae Smith, he'll do it. But that's not Howie Roseman trading away his star wide receiver for really no damn reason for Abdul Carter.
That's one thing that Roseman really hasn't done, is made that blockbuster trade. He's made trades. He's made these sneaky trades, these ones where he trades like Jordan Matthews for, although they did trade. Oh, that wasn't him. They traded LaShawn McCoy to Buffalo, but that was Chip Kelly who made that trade. Yeah. So that's the only one that I could think of where they got Kiki Hernandez.
Alonzo. They basically
Alonzo.
did. They basically did get Kiki Hernandez.
Yeah. Oh, Kiki Hernandez is a big right-handed bat that performs in the postseason. By the way, that was Mike Mulhern from NBC Philadelphia who did that research. I can't take credit for that.
All right. There you go. Good for you.
I was trying to find where it came from. I couldn't remember because I had the graphic, but it was Mike Mulhern. He is a producer at NBC Sports Philadelphia. That was his graphic.
You mentioned that Howie never does trades like that. To me, only idiot GMs make those type of trades, right? Like, sorry, Mike Tannenbaum, I'm going to blast him. He's on Get Up, and he's talking about the draft, and he's like, when I was with the Jets, I continued to trade up so we could get Mark Sanchez. We needed a quarterback. And it's like, dude, yeah, just because you need a quarterback that year in the drafts doesn't mean you just force yourself into a quarterback and mortgage any type of future, any draft capital that you may have, right? Like now all this talk that's picking up steam about the Giants getting Shedeur Sanders, I think that would be, I don't know, I think that'd be stupid on their part. They have so many other needs on that team. Like, yeah, it's a sexy pick, but is it the smart pick?
I am out on selling my soul for
Right.
a ghost that doesn't exist, a franchise quarterback.
And I'm with you. And you're selling your soul and you're bringing in a guy on a team that stinks. Like you're already setting him up for failure if you do that, right? Like it's a no-win situation.
Yeah, listen, I mean, you look at the Eagles. They took Jalen Hurts in the second round. I mean, you didn't have to sell your soul. You took a guy when he was there, when it made sense for you. To sell your soul. Now, the Chiefs might say, I beg to differ. They didn't sell their soul, though. They just moved up from wherever they were to about 10 to go get – they didn't have to go up to number 1 to go get Patrick Mahomes. There's enough teams that will make mistakes that you can get your guy without selling your soul.
Absolutely.
Can you imagine if you sold your soul and ended up with Caleb Williams or Baker Mayfield or Jamarcus Russell? Like there's too much evidence of failure from these guys to sell my soul for.
That's what you get when you sell your soul. When you make a deal with the devil, you're going to get that type of a player often in return. So yeah, I'm with you. The Eagles continue to get brought up as examples, like you just did. But the problem when national media members do that stuff, it's like the Eagles had a Super Bowl roster. So, like, yeah, they added a quarterback when they had one, or they added a quarterback when they didn't need to in Jalen Hurts, but they had the privilege to do that.
Yes, they took – well, and this is funny because at the time, people were blasting them for drafting Hurts in the second round, right?
Yeah.
And to which I rationalized it by saying, listen, I don't have to agree with the pick. What I'm saying is the Eagles value backup quarterback more than they do starting safety.
And how about this? It was also when we assumed Carson Wentz was going to continue to be an MVP caliber quarterback, but he also just sustained a significant injury, right? So like there were so many reasons why it made sense to get an insurance policy on a guy that had high upside.
Yeah, and I don't want to go down the whole Wentz thing, but there's a lot of people that feel like, he was never good, blah, blah. That's not fair. No. I think what happened to Wentz is a sad story of the injuries just crippled that guy he just could not be the same player that he once was. What made him the player that he was he was a big guy who could move and tuck it and run and make plays on the move.
Yeah.
And he hurt his back and then he hurt his knee. And he just had so many
lost his
injuries.
Confidence.
The injuries, I think, and the injuries took away his ability to move and get away from pressure, all that stuff. The injuries just piled up on him to cause him to be a player that he no longer once was.
I'll add
feel
this.
bad. I feel bad for Wentz in some capacity because he is like the whipping boy for a lot of people. He wasn't like the most relatable guy. That's part of the problem.
And that impacted that whole thing as well. Was just Philly, I think, impacted him. That fit culturally. Travis Hunter, man, just to touch on him for a second. I know he gets talked about a lot, but this dude is, in my opinion, a generational, all-time, the most generational, talented type of player the NFL draft has ever seen. And he's not being really talked about enough. He's going to play both ways.
Maybe.
He's going to play both ways. He said.
Well, he's saying, if you don't want me to play both ways, then don't draft me.
Right. I mean, that tells you everything, doesn't it?
Yeah, and I mean, I want to see how many teams get held hostage by this, or if they pass on him because of that. That'll be interesting. He's not getting the hype that maybe he deserves because he plays on the same team with Deion Sanders' son, who deserves a lot less hype than he's getting.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. It's sort of a perfect storm for that.
Yeah. So you get that wrapped in there. All right, on a Friday, we'll revisit this on a Monday before we get out of here. Give me a Phillies weekend stat line prediction that on Monday you will say I was right about.
Oh, wow. Do you have one while I think of one that I don't regret?
Yeah, I have I have a 3-home run weekend from Kyle Schwarber.
Okay. How about let's go a big weekend from Bomer.
Oh, I like that one.
Yeah, I'm not going to say the same exact thing you did, but let's go like 2 homers, maybe like 7 or 8 RBIs and
Whoa.
like a 4 RBI game, just a big weekend from Bomer that we'll be talking about.
We were talking about this earlier, real quick before we get out of here. Bohm last year in April hit like 370. He had 30 RBI in the month of April. Marsh had 17 RBI. That's almost 50 ribbies between those two guys right there. And last year, Trey Turner in the month of April hit almost 400 in the month. Those three guys collectively have smelled like a piece of fish that has sat out for multiple days.
They need to visit with the Monstars and get their talents back, man.
Yeah. All right, there you go. I have 3 home run weekend from Schwarber. You're going Alec Bohm with the big weekend for a Friday prediction. We'll revisit on Monday. All right, there's Rye or Sigh for today's Friday show.
Peace.
See ya. All right, Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. And don't forget, you got game night tonight. Last chance to enter is on game night tonight. Your cue to call is coming here in about a half an hour from now, so stick around for that. I'm Mike Gill. This is the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app, and live video streaming on the X platform, YouTube, on Mike Gill, at Mike Gill Show. But I'm going to give you one final bonus chance right now. Text the word draft and your name, where you're from, to 609-403-0973. The word draft, your name, and where you're from, 609-403-0973. Your final bonus chance right here on the Sports Bash. Top 3 in. Good luck. All right, time for the Bet365 play of the day. Got a couple playing games tonight. I got a couple plays for the people with the playing game tonight that I feel pretty good about. What do we got, Josh?
Well, Mike, you won last night, but that was baseball. You got the Mets. They covered. They won.
Yeah, that kid's
outright.
gutting pitched really well, by the way.
He did.
I watched some of that game.
So you are 149, 101, but you've lost your last two NBA picks, Mike.
Not tonight.
What do you got?
Favorites in the second play-in game. They've never lost to the spread. I'm going Grizzlies, 5.5 tonight over Dallas. I'm going Miami, 1.5 tonight over the Hawks. That's my Bet365 play of the day. By the way, the Heat in this moment right now, 10-0 against the spread since November 24th, when they have allowed less than 100 points the previous game. Bang, tonight, the Heat is the Bet365 play of the day. I like the Grizzlies as well. I think that Mavericks thing runs out of steam. Like Peter Gabriel says, stand back. That's it for me. Going to be a nice day tomorrow, Josh. You getting outside?
Absolutely. We go for a walk on one of the boardwalks.
Which is your go-to walk on the boardwalk?
I usually alternate between, like, Ocean City, Sea Isle, and Avalon.
Okay. Well, have fun with that.
Thank you.
Enjoy the nice weather, everybody. We'll talk to you right here on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app, and live video streaming on the X platform, YouTube, at Mike Gill Show. Subscribe to the YouTube channel. Follow